everybody. Good morning, or good afternoon, or good evening, depending on what time it is for you where you are. Wanna visit for a little bit, Momo? Hi. Dog drums. Good morning. Sounds like music. Oh, hang on. Sorry, I gotta kill iTunes. My bad. There we go. Let's get rid of that. What earphones should we start with today? Maybe, my hair is wet. I can't put headphones on. It'll dry funny. Hi, Moosey. Hi, sweetheart. Hi, baby. He's so excited. All he wanted, like, yesterday morning, I let him into my office while I was streaming for a little while. He had to leave because his tail was wagging too much and it was hitting Kitty and she was getting real mad. But he was, let me see if I can do the angle so you can get a little more moose. Just a tiny bit. Hi, sweetie. Hi, sugar bean. But then this morning I was going to start it and he came to the gate and he was like, Mom, please. I know. She doesn't want to see you. She don't like you. I'm sorry. I feel like I was ready to edit at the local Starbucks. Oh, like the lounge music. Moosey, good morning. Good morning. Is that everything you wanted? Are you leaving now? Maybe. I don't know. What else is in here for Moose? Alright, well, you don't get into trouble. We'll reconsider later if there's a problem. Okay. Hi. Happy Saturday. That's the one that we're doing. Happy Saturday. Welcome back to Hazel stream. Today is a special event. It is almost my birthday, although I'm celebrating my birthday today because my actual birthday's tomorrow. Yeah, I know. It's okay. It's okay. She don't like you. It's alright. I'm celebrating my birthday tomorrow. Or today, because it is tomorrow, but I'm not going to be here tomorrow. That's what's going on. I think it's time for you to go, bud. Good boy. See you later. Good job, bud. Well, he's getting a cookie in the front. Happy early birthday. My birthday's tomorrow as well. Happy early birthday. Kira disapproval. Yeah, she's not having it. Kitty, sweetie, he didn't do anything. He just existed. She takes that personally. Alright, let's pop this one up here. Let's get some sound for me and for you guys. You guys can't hear anything but me now. I can turn on some Borellis music for the moment, and I'll talk about my plans for the day. I swear there was a command for this song. There must have been. I feel like there was. Oh, man. Yeah, I made the song that is the raid guide music. I put it on SoundCloud. It's just like mixed from loops and GarageBand. It's really nothing special. Jackaroo, thank you very much for the gift subs. Also, Arrow Hokey, thank you for the... Oh, no, I can't wear these. Thank you for the 43-month resub, Arrow Hokey. Again, wet hair. Dry funny. Let's get the earbuds. And you can enjoy the beautiful sights of the unstoppable force over here for a second. Plug those in for a minute. We might switch back to them later. There we go. Thanks, Gertz. Also, Hexy, thanks for the gift sub. Asana Ron gave it 5 gift subs. Thank you so much. Coffee Flavored M and Volatile Bear. Thanks for the gift subs, guys. Oh, man. Hi, kitty. You want to come hang out? Want to sit? Today, I want to do a few things. One of them is something I really should have finished last night, but here we are. I have a little editing to do, and just the way my schedule is, if I should have done it last night, and I tried to do it last night. I sat down at my desk and I wrote out a beautiful list. Do you want to see it? Yeah, I wrote out this beautiful list. I put my rainbow sticker on it and everything. This usually works, where I like lay out all the different parts of it, and I put the date up top, and I put like my Pomodoro segments at the bottom. Like, I tried. And then I watched like, I don't know, 2 hours of YouTube shorts of dogs, and then I was like, oh geez, I've made poor choices. I need to finish this some other time, but today's really busy because birthday stream, and then because I need to get cleaned and packed and like sorted out because I am going away tomorrow. Only for one day, but it's still... Kitty, you can't drink that. That one's herbal tea. So I think today I want to do the edit. I have everything like ready for it. I have all the pieces of the jigsaw puzzle. I just have to fit them together. So I'm not anticipating that it's going to take super long. Basically, most of the work is done. I just have to like scrapbook it together. And I don't think it's gonna take a lot of like fancy editing because it's pretty clear. The mechanics are fairly straightforward and they're fairly well telegraphed. So I think I can really just kind of show the relevant piece and that'll be fine. So I want to do that today. I also want to maybe get some pets today. I've been wanting to do Wild Pet Safari for the new zones for ages, and I haven't done it yet. And maybe I won't get like all of them today. Also, it's already sweaty. It's been so hot here lately, and it did not cool off very well here at all. Our layers might not last very long. Yeah, I want to do a little Wild Pet Safari and see if we can get a couple of new pets. And maybe, you know, hang out, maybe some gathering or something. But I should probably do the editing earlier rather than later, otherwise I'm never gonna do it. And I have to do it before I leave or else it's gonna be late. Oh, Arrowhokey, thank you for the gift subs. Cat's Gaming Corner, thank you very much. Also some anonymous gift subs, and Headley, appreciate it. Choo choo. The other thing that I'm gonna do today, that's gonna happen, I don't know exactly when, which is annoying, but what are you gonna do? I'm going to give away two things, basically. I have two things to give away from having done the variety show. So later on, at no particular specified time, I'm going to do that giveaway. Probably after I finish the raid guide edit. Also, I got my gold back. That's nice. To kind of thank the people that stuck with me for that, because I don't know how fun that's going to be to watch. Those things came through, and I want to get them gone before I leave. Even thanks very much for the gift subs. Look at that file money. Honestly, I think I just broke even. I think it was an exercise in nothing. I don't think that I actually made any profit on those. I thought I was going to, but I think I was doing my math with a price for one of the herbs that only applied to the first like 50 that I bought, and I bought like 500 of them. Thank you so much. No problem. Aw. So yeah, the things that I'm going to give away later, there's one code for 60 days of game time, and then there is a physical War Within Collector's Edition. So the code, I'm just going to DM it to the winner on Twitch, and then for the Collector's Edition, I'm going to DM the winner on Twitch to get their address so that I can pass that to Blizzard so they can ship it directly, because I don't physically have it, but they promise. Collector's Edition, no. I don't actually have one, but that's my own choice. I have elected to not have one for myself. Because I don't do the physical collector's editions anymore, but I know people really like them. Need another sub date at the end of this, right? I'll try and remember. Lasher, thank you very much for the gift subs. So that will be later in the stream today. First of all, what do we want to experiment for and with our meticulous experimentation? We were doing... Do I still not have the... Oh no, I do have this recipe now. I can make tempered aggression. Why didn't I do that? Is it a new... It might be a new one. Kitty cat, are you gonna come sit in my lap? I also have a couple of like half-drunk beverages. This is a cold herbal raspberry tea. This is the remnants of my coffee, and then we've got a water bottle over here too. We are not limiting shipping locations. I asked if they could ship it globally, and they said yes. So that's what I got. that's where we're at. And yeah, no restrictions regarding zone for either one of them. I asked for both of them. They said the game time code is global, and they said that they can ship the thing wherever. What if I'm watching for the International Space Station? That is going to be a problem for Blizzard to figure out. Also, congratulations on your career. Blizzard rocket ship. All right, what am I doing? Oh yeah, I was trying to figure out which ingredients I wanted to experiment with. I think we can't go wrong with Blessing Blossom today. I think that's going to be a good one for us to do. Actually no, Aerithor Spear is the common denominator there, so let's get some more of that. We'll get 20 of that. I don't know if you're more likely to discover a recipe if you experiment with the better stuff. It's a big enough price difference that I'm choosing not to, so I'm just gonna get 20 of these guys. You have little Einstein stuck in my head. How long did it take you to level professions? I don't know, a couple days. I spent a bunch of gold on it. I was mainly limited by making the gold that I had to spend. Almost got caught, just need to get the pale huskfish of all fishes. Really? That's kind of annoying. I don't even remember how you specifically get that one. Hi, sweet. Nice kitty cat. Okay. Oh, giving Kurtz a gift, so why shucks. Oh man, okay. I'm experimenting. The other thing I like about doing the giveaways is it makes me feel very fancy, because I feel like when you're like, you know that you've like made it when you're giving other people stuff for your birthday, like beyond just like a goodie bag. So it's just a nice coincidence that it lines up on the day. I want to get, I forget the name of the recipe. I can't manifest it, I forgot. Oh, Tempered Mastery, that was good. You can manifest things you forget. There we go. Because I'm pretty sure I have, 2 work orders for that. They're both for augment runes, but the augment runes will offset you like 1,400 gold. Although the Null Lotus, actually doesn't set you back that bad. They need it to be gold quality though. If I wanted to make, well then what's the point of me doing it actually? If there's no metal, if there's no acuity, if it's not profitable, then perhaps, I mean, I guess there's a first craft in it for me. But I could first craft this thing without actually having to, I could do that without having to make it of any particular quality. Let me see. Get a single knowledge point here. Tempered Mastery. It's going to be certainly unprofitable, but you know, spend 700 gold for knowledge points. Worst things you could do with your life. 1 of these. 2 of these. How many 80s do you have? Oh no. 1. No, just the 2 of them. Just the 2 of them. Yeah, 180. And I'm pretty happy about it. I'm almost not looking forward to the moment when I finish leveling my second character via gathering. I've just been gathering on her for fun and to enjoy gathering. But it does give experience, and there's going to come a day when she's level 80 and I'm going to be like, geez, I got to put some gear on her or something. Oh, let's do that. Happy Saturday. Happy Saturday playing WoW. Never leveled a second character before a season started before. When are you going to do a 180 on having 180? Oh. Jail. Oh, Andy TV, thanks for the gift sub. End of the month time walking is going to take care of a lot of my elf leveling. Nice. 26, 97. Yeah, 3 points off from this. I actually have enough acuity to buy another knowledge point dump. I'm just choosing not to do so right now because I'm paralyzed and I don't know what I want to spend my acuity on. I think I want a profession tool. I think I want either an alch tool or an enchanting tool, and then I want to spring for a decent enchant for them, because I actually don't have tool enchants. I'm pretty sure I have like a baby resourcefulness enchant on this one, but I haven't even sprung for tool enchants, even though I can make those. So it would be nice for me to get, it's an extra 10 flat skill. You'll get plus 18 skill for a blue one up from 8. And then, you know, whatever the stats are. Cinderbee Foragers, they hurt? Good morning from Portland. You know you miss us, weirdos. Good morning. I hope you're having a wonderful day, wonderful weather. Envy those that can just focus on one tune. Typically, it is not very like me to do so. It's kind of, it's a little bit unlike me. I often play a lot of alts, but right now at the beginning of the expansion, when I feel like I'm so overwhelmed anyways, it's been really nice to focus on just one. This is the one that's been leveling with gathering. And then these ones are all just kind of, I don't even want to call them waiting. They're in limbo. They're just kind of, there, you know, for one day if it ever becomes important for me. She's got a starfish on her face. I forgot there was time walking soon. What profession do you recommend for the most profit? I can tell you what I like doing. I don't actually know if like anything that's there's not really going to be a clear answer, and if there was, it wouldn't remain the answer because of the way people and economy works. I'm doing alchemy and enchanting, and I'm happy with that. Gathering, like straight gathering, herbing and mining is a lot of a safer bet that's quite good for your time right now, but it'll level off and get less profitable later on. Yeah. You can make profit out of basically, you can usually make profit out of basically any of them with the right spec points and the right strategy. Buy things cheap, sell them less cheap, etc., etc. Starfish is a look and a half. I'm happy with fishing up the slum sharks. Do you know if you made any profit so far? I mean, I do, but I sink it right back in right now. I'm reinvesting all of my profit and then some. Also the profit that I make from gathering. I'm sinking it all back into, first it was leveling the profession, And then it was getting like a lot of first crafts, and now it's doing patron orders. I sink a lot of gold into patron orders to get not only the knowledge points from them, but the acuity as well, because that's eventually going to translate into more skill and more knowledge points. So I think eventually that will level off, and it won't be as important for me to do so many of those. It seems like because there's no insight equivalent this time, acuity is going to have kind of a limited lifespan, but anyways. Being a tank for hire is profitable now. Do a dungeon for a cash, 1 to 4 runes, sell for 1,500 gold each, plus 1k raw gold. Not too bad. Okay, I want to know how long it's gonna take me to do this raid guide edit. I think I'm gonna try and just go for it. I don't think it's gonna be that bad. I just need to focus, and I'm hoping that because I'm streaming, I'm not going to get distracted, because I'm like, people are going to see me if I get distracted. So I'm going to try and just do it. I will maybe stop and explain a little bit about what I do here and there, but for the most part, I'm just going to kind of go for it. You can use your favorite in-game tool, the stopwatch. I'm going to probably exit the actual game. There's going to be game footage on screen because I'm editing game footage, but I'm probably going to actually quit WoW for the sake of my PC, because the poor thing's running editing and streaming, and it's just the one computer. Never farmed a dungeon for Mog. Really want this honey stick two-handed mace. Helps that Bop the Bee Pet drop from Cinderbird too. Nice. Alright, so let me show you what I'm working on here. And maybe I'll set like a nice little timer. I would love to have this thing done inside an hour. I wonder if that's possible. It's probably, well, it depends on if I decide to get fancy. Let me pull up this. I don't think I need Audition anymore. Yeah. So, welcome to Adobe Premiere Pro. This is what I like to use to edit. There are many editing softwares. This one is mine. People also like DaVinci. People like Vegas. Some people do Final Cut. No wrong answers. This is just what I use. I'm pretty deep in the Adobe ecosystem, and for the most part, it does fine for me. My bits and pieces are all, they're kind of hidden behind my frame here, but my bits and pieces are all in my project here. I have, for once, actually imported all of my clips from raid testing here. So it's going to be way too much to dig through, but at least I have them all here. I have some little like raid guide figures if I need them. Honestly, it's a waste of time to have them here. I usually use them in After Effects, but anyway, it makes me feel better. I've put a placeholder color mat here just so there's a pretty color to look at on the screen because I'm weird. And I have all of the boss tooltips, as well as a title that I have made and rendered out ahead of time. So the first step that I usually do, this is my voiceover file. This is uncut right now, so it's got a lot of line repeats. It has, I'm pretty sure I burp at some points. We're not going to play it all the way through because that's gross. But we're going to use text-based editing, which is a fairly recent addition to Premiere, which I am in love with, which allows you, this is really cool, it'll generate for you an actual transcript of the fight, and you can click around it, and it will actually move your playhead. Disrupt him with CC. All right, well, it would be great if you actually did it. It will move your playhead to the words in question. You can actually like highlight things and then delete them, and it will actually cut the relevant part. I don't do that. I prefer to do that part myself. But just for finding like the start of various lines, because I have a habit of saying lines like 5 times. Like I've got Hi, I'm Hazel 3 times here because I don't always know if I'm going to like the way that I say it. It's obnoxious every time, but you got to find the right kind of obnoxious. So this would let me jump around to check all of them, or usually if I'm in a hurry, what I'll do is I'll just jump to the last one, because typically the last take that I do is the one that I was happy enough with to keep talking. So the safe way for me to get just like a rough cut, if I don't feel like reviewing all of my different takes, is just to go to the last one. I used to do this just by waveform, just by looking, and I could actually see where the sentences started based on where the sound waves are. And I can't like read the words out of them. I'm not magic, but I used to do it that way. But this is a very, very handy tool to have. It can also identify multiple voices if there are multiple voices. So you can set speaker names, which is good for like interviews and stuff. I'm just always talking to myself. So my first thing that I do is I will cut this up so that it is concise, so that it doesn't have any repeating, so that it has hopefully enough time in it for me to show the different mechanics. And I will also color code it as I go, just in like a an alternating colors thing just so that I can see where the breaks for different mechanics are, so I can kind of eyeball where I'm trying to fit in that footage. So, hi, I'm Hazel. Not confident enough. Hi, I'm Hazel. Too squeaky. Hi, I'm Hazel, and this better. There we go. Hi, I'm Hazel, and this is a guide to the Silken Court fight in Nerebar Palace on normal and heroic difficulty. Okay, the next line should be fairly intact. We battle Anubarash and Takaj together across a you can also use this to generate subtitles. In this case, I'm not doing that because I have the whole script verbatim in a separate document that I used when I was recording the voiceover, and that one has everything spelled correctly. But if it was an unscripted video, you can use this and you can kind of like edit it and spell check it and whatever to make it right, and then you can have that export to a SRT subtitle file that you can upload to YouTube. I was doing that for a little bit for news videos back when I was doing them. Normal and heroic difficulty. We battle Anubarash and Takaj together across a 3-phase fight with 2 intermissions. These 2 share health, which is great. Alright, so we're looking for the right take of these 2 share health. There we've just got 2 of them. These 2 share health. Yeah, that's fine. Let's do that. Oh, is there more? These 2 share health. I was practicing it. Sometimes I'll do that. Sometimes I'll just like I'll try it a few times to figure out how I want to say it. These basically. 2 share health. Yeah, I don't need that one. Buckle up. It's a big fight. Yeah, that's good. All right. I shouldn't need to do it too much here, but I am sometimes guilty of sentence stitching, where I record voiceovers like a baboon on Red Bull. So I just spew out words. And sometimes I like the first half of one sentence and the second half of another one, and it's the same sentence, but like there's no gap in the middle to cut it, and that's when you get into sentence surgery and blending them to make it sound a little bit like you said it all at once. Across a 3-phase fight with 2 intermissions. These 2 share health. Buckle up. It's a big fight. In phase so that's our intro. That's 15 seconds. That's pretty long. We're fighting number of palace, normal and difficulty. Honestly, I can cut this line. I don't need to say that we fight the boss names in a 3-phase fight with 2 intermissions. They're going to find that out anyways. We can take this whole thing and we can cut it. Let's see. Heroic difficulty. These 2 share health. Buckle up. It's a big fight. So now we've got 10 seconds in our intro instead of 15, which I think is better. You want to get into it pretty fast. My video intro is 5 seconds long, and then I usually use just generic footage of the early fight to kind of establish the stage for the rest of it. It's a big fight. Okay. Phase 1. Anubarash hits his tank with Piercing Strike, leaves a debuff, so swap tanks, does this the entire fight. It looks like I just said that in one take. In phase 1, Anub hits his tank with Piercing Strike. It leaves a debuff, so swap tanks. He does this for the entire fight. Alright, that's easy enough. And then I will actually color code that section a different color so that later on when I'm trying to fit in Piercing Strike, I can see exactly where it needs to go. Summon Scarab. The Swarm summons Scarab adds that fixate, kite them, that fixate, kite. So I'm going to need to get a second part later. Also, sometimes I will blend in between. I'll like actually kind of level out my breathing in between lines if I did say it straight through for the entire fight. There's not much there, but what I do for that, if you just do it like with a flat line, there's going to be kind of a funny sound. So if I add little points here and I drag these down so there's just like a tiny drop off, it'll still go to silent between the lines to clean it up a little bit, but it will not sound so harsh. I also do that if I'm trying to blend together sentences, is I'll find like a tiny little place to like dip it down in the middle so that it sounds a little better. This for the entire fight. Call of the Swarm summons Scarab adds that fixate, kite them, disrupt them with disrupt them with CC. So it took me ages to say that. So we're just going to jump to the last take over here. Kite them, disrupt them with CC, and kill them. Yeah, that's good. And then we can chop that part out. Kill them ends about there. So that is Call of the Swarm. Scarab adds, pretty straightforward. Impaling Eruption, Frontal Cone to avoid. Looks like we want this one. Wiggly Mew, thank you very much for the gift subs. Appreciate it. Length good for YouTube? Yeah, but you are never on a raid guide, at least on one of my raid guides, going to get to 8 minutes, which is the cutoff for mid-roll ads. A video that has mid-roll ads is going to make like 3+ times as much money. But if you're not going to make it there, then there's no point in making it like halfway there with just like a bunch of extra extraneous fluff. And one of the things that I really like about these raid guides is trying to make them... I'm not perfect at this, but I like to try to find the balance where it is so concise that you can get the info that you want without getting like overwhelmed with a bunch of stuff you don't need, but not so concise that you feel like you've been like shot in the face with just like a ton of info. Like you want to let it settle a little bit. But if there's anything that's like that you don't really need to know, I've taken to just not mentioning it because you don't want to get overwhelmed with a bunch of not necessary info. In this case, there is a mechanic later where the caster boss just kind of spams cast at the tank. You can dispel it. You don't really need to. There's really no point in talking about it because you're going to find out as you're following the fight that it's not that dangerous. It would have taken... This is already going to be kind of a long video. And it makes... When you talk about it, you already make it sound dangerous and make people kind of worried about it. And I didn't want to use anybody's bandwidth on that because it's so not a problem. He just spams it anyways. Ads that fixate... Oh gosh, we got loud. Why are we loud? Scarab ads that... Why are we loud? What did I do? Buff so swap tanks. He does this for the end. What did I do? Did I erase the whole thing? Reckless charge. No. Did I turn my sound up here? No. I don't like that at all. What did I do? I did not mess with my gain. That's not it. It's peaking now for me. That's weird. Stop screaming at us, Hazel. You're right. Debuff so no, it's peaking. Why is it peaking? I don't know. So usually if I'm not sure, I just save the project and we reboot it. And then we hope that it like doesn't do that next time because sometimes Premiere just does that kind of thing. Concise enough, you can do mid-raid research. Emergency go-to for raiders who have 4 minutes to know mechanics on a new fight. All right, where is Silken Court? There's Silken Court. Swap tanks. He does this for the end. No, it's peaking. With piercing strike. That's never happened to me. That's so weird. Dialogue preset default. I don't think I did anything. It's Fleebo, thank you very much for the bits. Happy birthday, Hazel. May not engage actively much. Been watching your content since 2013. Want to thank you for being a constant source of comfort for me this past decade. Proud of everything you've accomplished. Always be rooting for you. Have the bestest birthday. Do anything and everything that makes you happy. Aw, shucks. Thank you. Hemlock, thank you very much for the gift subs. Oh, man. So many bits. Appreciate it very, very much. If we look in the sound panel, that's funny is that I didn't do anything. Rihanna, thanks for the bits. Happy birthday. Thank you so much. Frog SF, thanks for the gift sub. I wonder if I can find actually this is like completely unnecessary, but maybe like a nice screenshot of the two of them that we can use as a placeholder instead of this placeholder so that we can at least look at the nice bosses while we're doing this. Because the waveforms themselves don't look that bad. My Twitch alert sounds aren't bad. My PC sound is at like a 6, like it normally is. Normal and heroic. It is peaking, like it's visibly peaking there. This is really annoying. This has literally never happened to me. It's your birthday. I've been watching you on YouTube. Had no idea. Somehow didn't even follow you on Twitch. Happy birthday. May this coming year be good to you. Thank you very, very, very much. I appreciate it. I'm turning 32, which feels crazy because I feel like I just turned 30, but I guess not. I guess that was 2 years ago. Oh man. Happy birthday, Hazel. Oh, thank you. All right. Well, the follow-up thing that we try is in the meantime, we Google it. Because like the actual, oh, you know what the other thing I can do is I can check, well, first of all, let's check a different sound file. So this is, oh gosh, loud. Normally I cut that to negative 28, and that's still fine. That's my song. If we open this here, normal, making him take 100 webs Takash has laid in the room. No, that's fine. Of her own. Weird. Okay. So that indicates that I've done something. I swear I'm not new at this. That indicates that I've done something to the actual audio channel. What happens if I drag it down a channel? Same problem? Tank with piercing straight. Yeah, same problem. Okay. So it's not channel specific. Oh, I dragged the mix. I dragged the mix at 15 dB. It leaves a debuff. I've literally never done that in my life. I'm so mad. I'm gonna lock that track. Absolutely not. You tried to prank me, Premiere. Oh, man. I didn't even know that was a button. I never mess with the overall mix. I always adjust tracks individually. Yeah, maybe because I'm streaming this. That's so funny. All right. Onwards and upwards. We're losing disrupt time. Him with CC and kill. All right. So we had scarabs. We disrupt them with CC. We kill him. Impaling eruption is a frontal cone to avoid. Very good. If anything, we could argue that this overall mix is going to be a little quiet. I could probably buff this whole thing up a little bit. It doesn't hurt to have the waveforms be a little closer to the top of the thing. But if I was going to do that, to be quite frank, I would honestly do it like this. I would just chunk the gain up a little bit over the whole thing and then look at it to make sure that we're not touching the top in any place. And then also like that we need to stop by blocking it a little bit just to see if it sounds okay. I do this actually in Audition before I get here, but I must not have done it hard enough. Actually, I wonder if it doesn't really matter, but I wonder if I forgot to gain adjust it in Audition, because normally it's a bit better than this. Path with webs. That's too much. All right. We're going to leave it right there. Okay. All right. So impaling eruptions are frontal cone to avoid. Now and then, a noob burrows to a new spot to set up for reckless charge. That's a big, dangerous charge that we need to stop by blocking his path with webs. To get webs, we need to take a look at these knots of webs Takash has laid in the room. That's fine. We like that. All right, so it looks like this was all one take. You touch the knot in the middle, it does a 10-yard AoE and will bind you to another player standing within 10 yards. Your web buddy must be with you when you poke the knot. Once you're tied to your buddy, the two of you can carefully stretch your web across the charge pathway. If you get too far from your partner, the bond will snap, so move together and stretch the web just across the charge path. Okay, and then it looks like this is where I start repeating myself again. So we're gonna cut it right here. Kapow, thank you very much for giving out some gift subs. The echo is just because I've sped up the speed of it. If I'm just kind of reviewing a section, I'll speed it up a little bit. Happy birthday, thank you so much. Congrats to you guys. Congrats to those who picked up the gift subs. So we want tripping the boss once. We'll stun him on normal, making him take 100% more damage for the next 12 seconds. It looks like that's going to start over here. I cannot stress enough, if you do edit and you haven't tried text-based editing yet, because it has come out to the software fairly recently, like in the last year, you gotta try it, especially if you work on stuff like this, because holy smokes, this saves so much time. Because before you wouldn't have a transcript, you would be fishing through the file and like referencing your script on another screen, trying to figure out where the heck you said something. I could search this for a specific word. Like if I wanted to find the word web and figure out where in it I said it, I could literally search for it, and that's amazing. I'm a big fan of this. If you get too far from your partner, the bond will snap. So move together and stretch the web just across the charge path. Tripping the boss once will stun him on normal, making him take 100% more damage for the next 12 seconds. All right, so that is a very important part of the video. That's a very key mechanic. It takes more time to explain, which makes sense because there's two big things that are kind of tricky, and that's one of them is the web thing. So meanwhile, Takash has been doing a couple of other things. Looks like we're skipping to here. Zellaloo, thanks very much for the gift subs. 12 seconds. Meanwhile, Takash has been doing a couple other things. Venomous Rain marks a few players. I think Venomous Rain took me a while to say properly. Venomous Rain marks a few players with AoEs. Keep them off the raid. The other thing that I like doing is having ripple delete keybound to X, which is how I'm making the middle parts vanish. Venomous Rain marks a few players with AoEs.
Thank you very much for the
those
brand
off the
sub.
raid.
Appreciate it.
Skittering Leap reposition. Oh yeah, I made a dumb joke. So Skittering Leap repositions the boss to make sure the melee get their steps in. Ha 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 ha. And Skittering Leap. So I'm happy with the Venomous. Kaj has been doing a couple other things. Venomous Rain marks a few players with AoEs. Keep those off the raid section. And Skittering Leap repositions the boss to make sure the melee get their steps in. Going with that. You can't stop and wonder whether or not you're funny because it's it's too late for that. The philosophy I use when I'm making my corny jokes is that I would rather have it be an absolute thunker than not try anything and just be boring. There's plenty of there's definitely lots of videos that do things very straight and very clear, and if that's what people want, that's out there. You gotta know if you're clicking on one of these that I'm gonna be a little goofy. After about 2 minutes, Takaj ports the middle for a first intermission. Looks like we're gonna skip to here. Takes a little while to say. Their steps in. After I click my tongue a lot when I'm talking, but I feel like people don't want that, so we mute that. Make sure melee steps in. After about, and then whenever I mute a big section like that, I like to try to listen to it to see what the pacing is like, if I need to trim a little bit of the silence off to make it sound more natural. Make sure the melee get their steps in. After about 2 minutes, actually it was better before. Okay. Takaj ports to the middle for our first intermission. She gets an absorb shield that we have to DPS through to move on. Meanwhile, she's lighting up the room with these webby wedge attacks that we need to dodge. They take a few seconds to erupt, so stand on clean floor when you can. Oh yeah, stand on clean floor. So stand on clean floor when you can. Real Norojika, thank you for the gift subs. Appreciate it. Love corny jokes. My wife gets sick of them though. Hi, Hazel Floyd here now. I bet you she would miss him if you didn't make him anymore. I bet that's part of what makes you you. Attacks that we need to dodge. They take a few seconds to erupt, so stand on clean floor when you can, or on the most recent wedge if you have to. There's raid damage. Okay, so that's the wedgie thing. There's also raid damage that gets bad if you take too long. There's also raid damage that you have to. There's also raid damage that gets bad if you take too long, so fire away. Good. Sometimes I'm cleaner than this and I have less of a messy file. Sometimes it's worse. This one's pretty medium. I recorded this morning at like 8 a.m., 8:30 a.m., half an hour before stream, because my life's a mess right now. Phase 2, Anubarash doesn't charge. So that took me a while to say, but we can skip ahead to here. And sometimes I like to just kind of check to see how much uncut I have left and then how long the video is to see how we're doing and how long it's going to be. Ideally, for a second to last boss, it would be nice if the video could be under 5 minutes. We're doing pretty good. We already have the uncut, the not fully cut audio file, but like 4.5. So I think this is going to come in around 4 minutes. Fire away. Only got one of the derby fish today before time was up, but I did get them out. Nice. Okay. In phase 2, Anubarash doesn't. In phase 2, Anubarash doesn't charge, but still does his tank buster, summon scarabs, and cone attacks. Takaj gets a. So there's a lot of repeated mechanics in this fight. Takaj gets a few new moves. Moves, not booze. Web Vortex will yank the raid into. Alright, where are we happy with Web Vortex? Probably right about here. Web Vortex gets a few new moves. Web Vortex will yank the raid into her and web pairs of players together. Run from the boss and in this phase you from the boss and in this web pairs of players together. Run from the boss, and in this phase, you can just run apart to break your webs. Later on in phase 3, we're going to need those, which I hope is implied by the spooky wording. She also gets a cone attack of her own. So all that is pretty pat stuff for phase 2. The real stinger is this next part. Pun intended. Have a new dispel mechanic. What happened? Hello? Excuse me. Thank you. Your webs. She also gets a cone attack of her own. We have a new dispel mechanic for phase 2 called Stinging Swarm. This is a magic dot that jumps to the nearest target when it's dispelled. If it lands on Takaj, it gets a 14-second duration and 3 stacks of it will stun her. This mechanic, by the way, is really annoying. I'm hoping that it doesn't feel as annoying on live, although I don't know how because it seems to be the exact same thing. It's a dot that you dispel it and then it jumps to the nearest target, but it's so easy for that to accidentally be another player. And because dispels have like 8+ second cooldowns and you only have so many healers and, you know, some of them are busy and stuff, it can be, you have a pretty short window to get 3 of these debuffs dispelled onto the boss and not other people. And if one person like trips to the side and gets too close, all of a sudden you put it on them. It's messy. This is the hardest part of the fight. It'll be fine with practice, and you do have a little bit of time to do it, but you're gonna have to practice it. It is the second to last boss, so it makes sense that there's something a little bit trickier. Yeah, exactly like the 9, that's right. It's like the 9, except you need to dispel, like, instead of just putting it anywhere, it has to go on the boss, and there has to be 3 stacks of it, and there's only 10 to 14 seconds to, like, get all of that done. At what point in editing do you break out the auto-tune? Stacks of it will stun her. We need to use this to disrupt her ultimate in this phase, Cataclysmic Entropy. So she pours. All right, and then, so that's the basic premise of the mechanic, and then I give an example so we can see it again because it's pretty important. So she ports and starts charging up her Cataclysm. Players with Stinging Swarm need to run to her and get dispelled carefully. The boss must be closer to you than any player for the dispel, or else you're just going to bounce the swarm around. So that was like a redundant sentence. We've already kind of explained that, but I think that one's worth explaining again because it wiped us so many times. I will put a few seconds to say something twice if it's like really important and also kind of tricky. Swarm around. The boss. I was actually happy with that take. It looks like I made another one. Must be closer to you than any player for the dispel, or else you're just going to bounce the swarm around. I think I was just trying to say it clearer, but the first one's fine. Drop off 3 swarms. And then this looks messy. Yeah, I go. So we're going to take that breath and we're just going to silence it out. Maybe cut half of it off. The swarm around. Drop off 3 swarms on. I giggled. Where did I giggle? I giggle here? No giggles. Aren't you glad you're DPS in this tier? I think I am healing. I think it's going to vary depending on where we are in progression. I'm going to need to be ready with both. I think we have quite a few healers, but we'll see. I have a feeling I'm going to be healing for this one. Swarm around. Drop off. No, it's over here. I started giggling over here. I don't know why. Oh, it's because I made another take. I nervous laugh when I don't like the way that I said it the first time. See you later, kitty cat. Bounce the swarm around. Drop off 3 swarms. Yeah, that's fine. Swarms on her to stun her and kick her cast. After about... So that's phase 2 over with, but most of the video is basically done already because, or most of the guide is done at that point, because a lot of the mechanics in the back half are repeated. About 2 minutes of phase 2, it's time for another intermission. A new barrage gets the shield this time, which we again need to damage through to move on. The second intermission is basically the first one, but just with a different thing to dodge and a different boss with a shield. Nice and easy. Storm has us dodging donuts. Break the shield and we're... Wow. I really appreciate you guys letting me do this on stream because I knew I wanted to stream long today, and if I streamed until 2 and I tried to do this and then I tried to like get ready for my trip, it was gonna be really ugly. It was gonna be a gnarly day, especially because I was up so late. We're a little behind on sleep. So it means a lot. Thanks, guys. We won't be here forever, but we will need to start digging through and looking for footage soon. Break the shield and we're into phase 3. Break the shield and we're into phase 3, which is kind of a greatest hits from the first 2 phases. Yeah. Okay. Happy with that. A new barrage. Yeah. Break the shield and we're into phase 3, which is kind of a greatest hits from the first 2 phases.
A neighbor Ash gets his charge back, and we once again need to stop it with webs. But instead of getting them from eggs, now we need to keep and use the webs that we get during the web vortex pull-in.
So that's all I'm going to say about that, because we've already like learned about those mechanics earlier, but I'm going to leave it silent for a little bit so I have enough time, and we can even stretch that out more later, to show that, to remind people what the web vortex looks like and where those webs are. We might even freeze it and put an arrow and be like, keep some of these, because it's very easy to accidentally break those, because you were breaking them in phase 2, so you get to phase 3 and you're like, I don't need this, snap, and then all of a sudden the boss starts charging, and then you go, uh-oh. Sandy Cheeks, thank you for the 27-month resub. Happy birthday. Happy birthday. Happy birthday. Happy birthday to me. Thank you very much. Firing it right back. Twitching Milk, thank you very much for the gift sub. Use Premiere Pro and After Effects a lot. Oh man, I must confess, I am still an amateur. I am a totally self-taught amateur, so I want to say that while I like showing what I'm doing, I am never going to pretend to know what I'm doing or to be doing things in like the correct or the perfect way. I think a lot of editors are like that. Not all of them. Some of them are certainly very traditional and good, but like I think a lot of editors just kind of learned on the fly, so people all kind of have their own ways of tackling problems.
During the web vortex pull-in. Stinging Swarm and the Cataclysm cast are exactly the same. Stun her with Dispels just like you did in phase 2.
Good, good, good. And then we want that one to be about half. So that section is, these are different mechanics, so I like doing them in kind of like pink and then this green teal, because those are my favorite colors. I wear a lot of pink and teal. I've got a teal couch and a pink chair. I just think they're pretty, so that's what I use for my for my color coding. Because, you know, what's the point of working for yourself if you can't make it cute?
Rings.
What else? Rings of... Oh, yeah. Okay.
Just like you did in phase 2.
Rings
of spikes need to be dodged. Frontal cones need to be dodged. Rings of...
So it looks like I did that twice.
Rings of spikes need to be dodged. Frontal cones need to be dodged. Unleashed Swarm is raid.
Alright, so those are all technically separate mechanics. We're kind of rapid firing them because it's just dodge stuff and the videos doesn't need to be too complicated.
Damage that gets scarier every time. It's a lot of fun.
You know, just make sure people don't feel too nervous because it is a lot of stuff. Also, it is a lot of fun. It's a very fun fight.
On normal, that's the fight. Perfect. On heroic, the only difference...
And then, luckily, our heroic mod it doesn't require a lot of extra explaining. The only difference for heroic is
to stop the reckless charge, you need to trip him with two webs up from just one. It's the same.
We say it's the same deal. You assign more web buddies to web duty. Always fun to have a reason to say the word duty.
It's the same.
I'm 5. Minerva Star, thank you very much for giving out some gift subs. Appreciate it very, very much. Oh, also converting your gift sub to a standard sub. Appreciate it. Generally optimal colors to use here. It's just for visual distinction. You can use any colors you want. I just like these ones. The random lime green, that's default. The green is showing audio that I haven't cut yet.
That's the fight. On heroic, the only difference is to stop the reckless charge, you need to trip him with two webs up from just one.
It's the same deal. You just assign more web buddies to web duty. Another part that I cut out from earlier in the video was a section that recommended that maybe even on normal you have backup webs, because it's very easy to accidentally like fumble just the one, and it doesn't hurt to have extras and you can always snap them after, but it was taking a long time to explain and it's not technically something you have to do. So it'll be something that you can kind of see in the footage and people can like try, especially if they're wiping because they're just doing it once. But maybe there's raid groups that are like more talented than me that are just going to have one web pair, do it fine, job done, they don't need to mess with it anymore. And that's the Silicon Court. Thanks for watching. I've got more raid guides. The Silicone Court. Looks like thanks for watching. I've got more raid guides if you want them, and have a wonderful, wonderful day. Thanks for watching. That's the Silicon Court. Usually if I said it the second time, it's because I felt peppier. Thanks for watching. So that was the double web trip part, and this is the outro. And that's the Silicon Court. Thanks for watching. I've got more raid guides if you want them, and have a wonderful, wonderful day. Bye. Bye. I don't know why we've brought back the high-pitched bye, but it's there. What are you gonna do? All right, so I lock this now, so I can't mess with it unless I mean to. And this is the part where normally I actually like get up and go take a break, but we can press on for a little bit because I got stuck for so long earlier. And now we have the delightful, actually very fun part of figuring out which clips we want to use for each thing and then getting it all settled together. So this is actually only 3.5 minutes long. I'm very happy with that for a fight of this length. I think it fairly clearly shows what's going on without laboring the point too much. I need to scoop that cat box. My God. One sec. All right, sorry. Oh, man. Doing it live. No backups. Chicken mix. Thought about my 10-pound cat. How can such a little girl create more smell? Oh, I don't have a cat. Do you have a lizard? Yeah, sometimes you need to take care of business in a hurry. I really don't mind. It's just funny. One day I'm gonna have the box in a separate place from my office, but this apartment is not that day. So let me see what we can do without taking crazy long here. I don't think we're gonna need to do too much fancy stuff. On some of these videos I've been like enhancing or like zooming in on like every clip, and I don't think that's necessary here. So we start with our title. I honestly, when I first made these titles, my plan was to have and the reason why it's such an empty clip behind it is because I was going to have the title animation, which I'm kind of happy with. That was going to sit off to the side, and I was going to have a rotoscoped video of the boss model from the Dungeon Journal, like hulking over here on the left-hand side, so you can see the model of each boss, or at least one of the bosses for council bosses. The problem was when I went and actually did that, not only was it taking 1,000,000 years per boss, but also the Dungeon Journal is not very high res. It's fairly small, and by the time you blow it up this big, it looked awful. It was so bad, so I just decided at a certain point, I was running late, I was like, I'm canning it. We're just going to stick the graphic in the middle. It's fine. I don't love it. I think they're kind of plain, but it's what I made for this set, and I think it'll be fine. I'll probably do something different for the next tier of raid guides. And it's only 5 seconds long. It's not like I'm sitting here for 10 plus seconds watching people leave, so it should be fine. So, we are looking... Normally I like to get... I don't know, it doesn't really matter. Let's just grab any pull early on and stick it right in here. This is the program monitor. This is where I will be like fishing for clips, like looking for individual mechanics and stuff. And then I can press I to mark an endpoint and then just drag it onto my timeline to get the relevant part. So let's see what this looks like. Guide to the Silken Court fight in Nerebar Palace on normal. Transitions I do later. And heroic difficulty. Same thing with the blur mask that covers chat. These two, there's nothing bad in chat. It's just that because this is a raid testing group that is, I don't know, not my own personal guild. And even if it was my personal guild, I feel like it's easier just to kind of have chat covered. Share health. It's covered mostly anyways. Buckle up. It's a big fight. Okay, so share health is actually we have a thumbnail for that. It's called Queen's Proclamation. So we can actually stick that here. For these things, I make them about 220. I stick a drop shadow on them. I have a little preset. And then I can actually copy that set of effects to my clipboard. We can maybe stick it in the corner. I'm not super clean with this. Other people do this much better than me. Just figure it's serviceable, it works. These two share health. We can leave that on a little longer. Pull up. It's a big fight. In phase 1, a noob hits his tank. All right, so we've got Piercing Strike here. So the other thing I do is I like color coding these to green to indicate that I've finished laying effects on them and that they're in the right channel. I usually have these on V3, if not V4. And then V2 is where I'll put like zoom ins and stuff. Cat really wanted me awake today? Oh no. Oh, poor kitty. It sounds like they're not feeling very well. Hazel, I have to go to a wedding shortly. I'm dreading it as there's going to be people from my high school I haven't seen in 11 years. Tips on surviving? Oh, man. I think it'll be fine. I think it'll be kind of fun to see how people are doing. You don't really have to say much. Hey, hi, how you doing? How's it been? It's been so long. That's crazy. To the couple in particular, congratulations. You know, eat some food. You know, If you're bringing anybody with you, you guys can like take notes and then gossip later. But I bet it'll be more fun than you're expecting. Lifeguard, thanks for the gift subs. Although I guess I don't know what your high school was like, so I can't assume. Piercing Strike is a tank mechanic, so for this one, I'm pretty sure I already know what I'm going to do. We're going to copy these effects on here to get that one roughly in the same spot. It's a small enough one that, no, it's fine. I like to put my own little tank graphic on tank mechanics just because I drew these a million years ago and I think they're cute. So we'll grab that, we'll make it like 11, we'll stick it on the corner, that's a little too big, we'll make it 9, stick it on the corner. I like to have it over the edge a little bit like a sticker. And then we nest that so that later on, when we add the transition, it does the whole thing. Piercing, strike, nest. And this is just a straightforward tank debuff. So what I'm going to want to do is I'm going to want to find, and if it's in this general area, that's great. But if it's not, then it's not. Find an early one. I like to find the first mechanic possible in a pull so that there's not a lot of extra visual clutter yet when we're still talking about like the tank mechanic. So let's see early if we can catch him doing his piercing strike. It looks like it's after venomous. There's piercing strike. This looks good. It's like right in the middle. So we're going to set that as the end point. And what I like to do here is we'll just make sure that it like lands, debuff somebody perfect. Okay. So we're going to drag out a second copy of this on top. This is going to be the one that has the tank debuff that gets zoomed in on. I actually have preset masks and zooms for that. So I can just drag both of those on there. That will cause it to zoom in. Obviously that mask is not in the right spot, but all we have to do is take it, scooch it to make sure that we get the right one. It was on the Death Knight. We can see how that looks. I don't like this because it's going above where it started from. It's not anchored correctly because the mask was designed for a different thing. So what we're going to do is on the position keyframe, we're just going to scooch it a little bit so that it's like anchored right there. And then later on, we're going to put it back. So we're going to duplicate these guys here so that it stays put. And then we're going to take the first ones there. And sometimes I like to add an arrow for emphasis. So in phase 1, a noob hits his tank with piercing. All right, so that actually started, it was already over by the time I say piercing strike. So we're going to bump it back a little bit so that it's not like over that quickly. It shouldn't mess with the endpoints of the zoom. In phase 1, a noob hits his tank with piercing strike. It leaves a deep. So I want to adjust the timing on this a little bit. Noob hits his tank with piercing strike. So I want the piercing strike to be beginning right about when I say the words. It's his tank with piercing strike, so that's good. In previous videos, I was zooming in on that as well. I don't know if it's strictly necessary. I could use the bottom footage to zoom in on it. I think it's fine. So then what we're gonna do is as soon as it lands, we're gonna have that be about when we start zooming. And I want the zoom to be a little faster. And I'm also gonna add an ease to this one too. So we're just temporal, ease in. That just makes it kind of like scooch into place a little bit. So let's see what it looks like. In phase 1, a noob hits his tank with piercing strike. It leaves a debuff. All right, so I'm happy with that because the debuff appears approximately when I say debuff. It doesn't have to be perfect. It's just kind of satisfying when it happens that way. And then we can point to the debuff just to make it clear which one we're talking about. None of this is wildly necessary. Tanks kind of know what a tank debuff is, but it's nice to know what it looks like. Debuff, so swap tanks. He does. And then at that point, we're already talking about, we're kind of moving on, so we're going to put it all away. Sometimes I do just cut straight from this, but I like to, if possible, unzoom as well to make it feel like I'm kind of putting my toys away after I'm done with them. He does this for the entire fight. Call of the Swarms. Happy with that. All right, Call of the Swarm. We need scarabs. So let's take that same clip and then let's find when he makes the scarabs happen. It's right there. It's right on top of a cone attack. That's fine. It's not a problem for there to be other mechanics present, but like I think it's always going to be like that as well. I think that here, where's one of the new ones? We tested this fight twice. I have normal, I have heroic, and then I have new heroic footage, which was annoying because they didn't actually change that much. I think it was basically the same. We had an extra day of raid testing, and I guess they wanted more. But it was pretty much the same thing for me. Yeah, that's good. Okay, because they spawn right on top of me. Big, obvious beetles. We're happy with that. So we're going to grab that clip right there. We're going to get the Call of the Swarm tooltip. I think actually that doesn't say very much. It just says summon scarabs. So if we actually go to the scarab tooltip itself, that says more. They obviously fixate, so I'm not gonna focus too much on that. There, you can see them doing it. I'm pretty sure I say they fixated it as well. That's not what I meant to do. I wanted effect controls for that. So we're gonna scooch that here. Because it's a larger thing, I actually usually size these down to 200, if not 180. 200 should be fine for size. Video editing seems like a crazy perfectionist trap. It really is. And perfect is very much the enemy of done. It's hard because you do want to like distinguish yourself and you want it to be good. And sometimes you have all the time in the world and you're very motivated to just keep messing with something, but sometimes you can actually over edit it and make it worse. You have to remember what the purpose of the video is. And for this, the purpose is just to make it clear. Fight. Call of the Swarm, summon scare. So I think what I'm going to do for this, disrupt them with, is for the scarab ads, I don't think I'm going to zoom or anything. I think I'm just going to do my monochrome mask just to highlight them a little bit. So I have this preset that eases in a color mask on a monochrome footage. So all I'm going to do is I'm going to have that mask be roughly on the scarabs, more or less. I might zoom it a little bit because a lot of this is wasted. So let's just zoom the whole thing. We won't motion do it. We'll just set ourselves to like 115, 125, 115. And then just like over there. So then I want maybe a little bit more feather on the mask. It's already got a lot of feather. Well, a little bit more. And then we might need to track the mask because they might move. It's not bad. I'm going to move the mask a little bit to the right. And we're also not going to keep the mask on the whole time. So we're going to have, it's in a good spot right here. So we do this mask path is going to let us move the mask. Now we're tracking it. It's basically just when I spin my camera there. So now we can drag it. That's going to add another keyframe. And maybe a little bit more. And by now, you're pretty much already looking at the scarabs. We don't really need to keep hammering it in, so we can basically fade out the mask. And maybe even... I could have zoomed it back out. I think I'm just going to leave this whole clip at 125 because I like that you can see this one get hodged. It kind of emphasizes that we want to CC them. So let's see what this looks like. Your fight. Call of the Swarm, summon scarab ads that fixate. The other reason I like that monochrome mask is it puts the focus on the scarabs and not the cones, so you don't get too distracted. Kite them, disrupt them with CC, and... Okay, so one problem is that I'm supposed to be kiting it. I didn't notice that. I think I'm going to leave it in there. But literally, I'm like, kite them! And then my Shadow Priest is like mind blasting, getting eaten by a scarab that some friendly neighborhood paladin hodges. Oops. I could find another one, but I'm otherwise pretty happy with this clip, and I think it still makes sense. So, we're just gonna leave it, but that is funny. Oops. It doesn't hurt to make mistakes in these either, in terms of like gameplay mistakes, because A, the point's not to play perfectly. Sometimes it kind of helps show what not to do, especially if you emphasize it. But secondly, and this is a little bit cheesy, but the other reason why it's okay to not be perfect is if you're not perfect. Sometimes there's YouTube comments that tell you in what ways you're not perfect, which is great because it's engagement. It helps you in search and algorithm and stuff. So never try to silence everybody. You need all the help you can get. If there's anything people can nitpick, then by all means have at it. I don't actually read comments on 90% of my YouTube videos, but I do appreciate all the feedback because it honestly helps the video in the algorithm. I know that's super cold-hearted to say, but if you ever have anything you want to say that you actually want to make it to me and it feels really important, then stream is a better place because I actually read that. Could put text over it, not like this. I could. It's such a short clip, though, that I kind of think I'm going to leave it. Call of the Swarm, summon scarab ads that fixate. Kite them, disrupt them with CC, and kill them. Yeah, because they also... Impaling Eruption is a... Oh, man, I wonder... I also really like that somebody, like a Drakthir or somebody bumped these up, and that's really good. I want to start like... Well, no, it's fine, actually. It's fine. it's good. So now we need... This is... Eruption is a frontal eruption. Impaling Eruption? Yes, so we're gonna get the frontal cone. This mechanic, if you get hit by it, will actually impale you with a spike that needs to be DPS down. I elected to not say that at any point in the video because I trust you guys to not get impaled by the spikes, and it's pretty obvious what you need to do if it does happen. But yeah, if you do get impaled, you're stunned, and people can kill the spike to get you out. But that's never going to happen because you guys are sick gamers. So let's get a different clip because we already kind of had a bit of the cone in this one, and I don't like reusing the exact same clip unless I have to. So let's find a new one. Maybe like this one. This one's got a promising title. So we just want to find the first frontal eruption, the spikes. Yeah, perfect, because I'm moving out of it. So let's grab it right here. All of this.
Impaling eruption is a frontal cone to avoid.
Perfect. It's a frontal cone. You see it. You see me avoiding it. Job done.
Now and then, a noob burrows to a new spot to set up for reckless charge.
Yeah, okay. Now this is a big deal. So let's... For the burrow is actually a thing of itself, so we're going to put the burrow tooltip up for just as long as it took us to say that. And we're going to slap that down here. And then let's let him actually do it. We're going to play the charge through. We're going to find multiple clips of it to show. So you see him burrow and run away. It's kind of in the corner of the screen. I'm going to look for a new one. I'm going to look for a different one. We have so many clips of this. I bet you we can find a better shot of it. So I'm just going to kind of go fishing. Surely I'm not going to tunnel and get impaled. For sure. It's, all of the mechanics that impale you are really well telegraphed. So it's going to be fine, I promise. So that's the burrow. Again, it's like, it's a little bit out of shot. It's in the shot, but like we can do better than that. So let's just keep fishing. Let's see if we can fish a little faster. It looks like it's always going to happen approximately after that one. That's better. That goes right through the mid. You can see his health bar moving. So we're going to set it up like right about here. That was our first pull on normal Silken Court. My buttons light up so pretty. Press shiny thing, number go up.
Now and then, a noob burrows to a new spot to set up for reckless charge. That's a big, dangerous charge that we need to stop by blocking his path with webs. To get...
Or else.
Charge. That's a...
That was a terrible example. It's a good example of what happens if you don't block the charge, which is damage. But I'm not going to use it because we didn't actually wipe there, so it doesn't really demonstrate that particular point. And I want to stuff this video with examples of us blocking the charge correctly. Did we do it again after that? We actually recovered. No, we didn't. Never mind. So I'm going to just like get a lot of different examples of that charge because it's really important and it honestly looks pretty good on screen. So there's a charge. There's a couple people blocking it. Way too many people blocking it, to be honest with you. This is a heroic clip. Let's find a normal one. Normal court kill. That sounds good. That sounds like we actually did it. Or else would have been fun to include. Yeah. It's pretty bad if you don't do it. Oh, perfect. I actually tripped him this time. So let's see. There's the frontal. Doesn't help that the venomous rain is still on us, but that's okay. So let's see here. And we're about 30 seconds into this. So these do take I've only been on for an hour. It's not that bad.
To set up for reckless charge. That's a big, dangerous charge that we need to stop by blocking his path with webs. To get webs, we need to take a look at these.
All right, so that's perfect. Blocking his path with webs. We don't actually need to show him getting tripped yet because we haven't started talking about that. That just demonstrates. We're just basically foreshadowing it. Reckless charge can maybe go over here. Tooltip wise, I like having these on screen because I figure if anybody actually wants to see like all of the details of exactly what happens, they can pause and read and have like the name of the thing to reference in the dungeon journal later. I'm not expecting anybody to read them on the fly, but I just kind of like having them on the screen for reference.
Charge that we need to stop by blocking his path with webs.
Okay, so now we're talking about getting the webs. So we need to
get webs, we need to take a look at these knots of webs Takash has laid in the room.
Yeah, so we're not using that. Web bomb. Yeah, Web Bomb has all of the information on it. It has all of the different parts of it. So we can use that. We can stick it over here. Maybe 220 is too big. It's a pretty big tooltip. We don't want to cover in a quarter of the screen. Let's find a good example of Web Bomb. This can be heroic because the only thing that's different is tripping him twice versus not twice. On, oh, what's happened to your fit? Thank you. The only thing that's different than on heroic is having to trip him with multiple webs as opposed to just one. So what I want, those are the web bombs right there. I want a good example of me getting some, which we do in different clips. So let's just kind of, I'll look through all of them. That's Shatter Existence. We don't need that. That's a later us problem. Where is a nice one of me picking up some webs with a buddy? That's somebody else picking up webs with a buddy. That's actually pretty good. You can see these two, they're marked. They go to the thing, they touch it, they have a webs. That's nice. I'm not personally doing it, but I think we have enough time to use 2 clips. So let's do this. Let's zoom it in on our pair over there. So we're gonna keyframe position and scale.
To get webs, we need to take a look at,
and then that's honestly kind of a long zoom. We don't want to take too long, so we'll move these up, and then we're gonna zoom in a little bit, move it, scooch it, because we're looking like basically right here. Ease into that.
To get webs, we need to take a look at these knots of webs Takash has laid in the room.
So that's good.
If you touch the,
we're gonna show that multiple times from different shots. So that one I think shows it very well. But we're gonna use different clips so that we can see it from a few different angles. So that's fine. But now let's get more of them. I'm sure we have lots of clips of this. What about in this one? Watson, thank you very much for giving out a gift sub. We really want these to be. This is a really important mechanic. This is what's gonna wipe people in phase 1. Kegs, thanks very much for the gift subs. Appreciate it, guys. Happy birthday, Hazel. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Thanks for being here, guys. Oh, see you later, kitty cat. I said thanks for being here, and she's like, I'm out. Absolutely not. All right, so I wanted picking up the webs. Picking up the webs. Right around here. Was I doing it personally? I do it personally sometimes. I definitely was helping with this during testing, but not in that particular clip. This is our normal kill. We can check in on this one again. Yeah, I mean, it's messy because we have the venomous thing on us, but what are you gonna do? Seeing the Spider-Lord fight has given me the itch to play a new Barak on HOTS. Wowie! It's, is that the same clip I already used? That's normal court kill only P3. That's the same clip I used last time, actually. So let's find a new one, just for variety's sake. See, I do run from the bugs sometimes. So this one made it to phase 2, which means we must stop the boss in phase 1. Any more webs from me? Happy birthday. Thank you so much. Once we get this video finished, don't worry, this isn't the only thing I'm doing today. We're gonna play some WoW today too. We're just gonna get this, just gonna do a good job. Some parts will take longer than others. I'm just being a bit picky. It looks like I did grab a web here. I also must snap it because I don't think we needed it actually, but that doesn't matter because all we needed to do is pick it up for this particular example. So we were just getting backupsies. When did I pick it up? Oh, a lot of people did. Oh, that's a fun effect. Madam Hazel, Adobe aficionado. Let's not get carried away. Collecting legend, wonderful human being, and birthday girl. That's me. Hope you're having a wonderful, wonderful Saturday. Happy birthday. May all of your wishes come true except for one, so you'll always have something to strive for. Aw, shucks. That's very sweet. That's so cool. I've never seen that effect before. Please throw some luck my way. Luck channel. Trying to fish up strange goop for Hiracon in unlucky territory. Oh man. I hope it drops soon. So do we like this clip?
Did we get the mechanic done?
Good old Dave. We have audio obviously in all of these base clips, but we don't use any of the voiceover. So we go in, we poke it, and it does link us. I don't know if that paladin was just like, if they were meaning to get it, or if they were waiting for someone, or what. But that might work. So let's use that next. And we'll stretch the web bomb out.
You touch the knot in the middle, it does a 10-yard AoE and will bind you to another player standing within 10 yards. Your web buddy must be with you when you poke the knot. Once you're tied to your buddy, the two of you can carefully stretch your web across the charge pathway.
So I like that, and I don't feel like I need to mess with it too much, except for the fact that in that instance, because they didn't need our web, we don't need to keep that much of it.
Once you're tied to your buddy, the two of you can carefully stretch your web.
So charge pathway goes to about here. I actually kind of want to just stop it like right here. It's funny that ours didn't break when we were literally the first one to hit, but what are you gonna do? And sometimes what I'll do,
knot in the middle, it does a 10-yard AoE and will bind you to another player standing within 10.
Is I might slow it down so we can see it in slow-mo. So if I press R here, we can time stretch this clip. So now it's playing at 82% and it's going to take that exact amount of space. So let's see what that looks like.
You touch the knot in the middle, it does a 10-yard AoE and will bind you to another player standing within 10 yards.
The other thing I'm going to do is actually...
in the middle, it does a 10...
It's kind of awkward there's somebody else there as
10-yard
well.
AoE and will bind...
they didn't get bound. I don't know
bind you
why.
to another player standing within 10...
It only bounds you to one player now. Maybe it's because it's a new thing. I might highlight the AoE.
It does a 10-yard...
Basically just by screenshotting this, we'll call it web bomb. And then we're going to, I'll cut it right there. I will scoot this. I'll put this right here. I probably should have hidden this upper thing first, but it's fine. All I want to do is on this, I want to draw a circle that just indicates like the 10 yards that your web buddy needs to be in. This is so extra. It's not necessary. Stop it. Don't do it. Oh, here we go again. I think I just feel bad because I haven't done this yet, and this is probably, this and the dispel mechanic are the most important things of this fight. So this is going to be a really straightforward little After Effects thing. We don't even need to title it. All I want to do is I want to draw a circle around this. I could do it with a shape, or I could actually literally draw it on. I've been doing the shape so far. And honestly, that's the thing that I remember how to do. I'm kind of bad at write on. I kind of forget how it works. You have to write on the actual layer with this. If we... Duration, right on. I'm just going to try this and see if I remember how to do it. Yeah, actually, that's not bad. So let's do it. Let's change our brush to be a little thicker. Right? Hello? I don't even know if the shape layer is necessary. Open the brush panel. So what write on does is you can literally draw on your screen, and what it's going to do is it's going to record how long it took you to draw it and like what you did, and then it'll play that back. So if you want to actually like kind of do that like marker on video effect, then After Effects is great for this. This is the 10-yard radius. We're just not going to worry about this mage here. I could go as far as to edit them out of the clip, but that's just suspicious. So we're going to do this. But the problem is that you can manipulate like the size and stuff of it after. I actually think I'm going to do it my old-fashioned way. It's not going to look as hand-drawn, but it's going to be a little cleaner, and I can control more easily how long it takes. So what I'm going to do for this is we're going to make ourselves a nice little shape layer. I could just put a circle on it in Premiere, and I do that a lot. But sometimes for variety, I want to maybe like do I want it 25 thick? Yeah, that's fine. So let's make a shape, and then let's make it roughly the 10-yard radius. That's good. And then I just want to animate this so in the course of about a second it like draws a circle. So we're going to add trim paths to that shape, and then in the keyframes here I'm going to have it start and end at 0. We're going to put a keyframe here, go forward to about a second, keyframe it to keyframe it to about 100. I'm actually going to offset it right now because I wanted to start from the bottom middle. And then we're going to keyframe it to 100. And then in the stroke, I want to do a round cap and not a hard cap, just to make it so that this isn't like a square line. I like these little round caps. You can also do them with like cool tapers and stuff, but I'm lazy and I don't want to do that. F9 in your keyboard for an easy ease keyframe in After Effects. So that's going to circle the AoE radius. And then I think at about 2 seconds, I want to fade it out. So I'm going to go to the opacity, keyframe, not even like a half a second of fade, keyframe to 0 opacity so that it fades. And then right here between 1 and 2 seconds, I want to highlight the buddy, maybe just with like a little green, I don't know, like a white or a green dot or something that indicates that we're going to get linked. I could do a few different things. I could put like the actual raid guide figures on the screen. I think it's extra in this case though, because we have actual players. I think I'm just gonna add like a little, how do I want to do this? Do I want to do it with like just a little oval? I could label them. Let's do no fill and do a little mini stroke. I don't want it to be confusing because I don't want it to look exactly the same as the stroke that I used to, outline the thing. So we're going to have it be a little smaller. And then I want that mini one to appear about right there while the line is still drying on. And then I also want, at the same time, a little label. I guess I'm going to label them as WebBuddy. So let's put a little text. WebBuddy. Is that in my font? That is in my font. Wow. All right. Maybe like a little arrow, like a little text arrow. That's good. We can scooch that. Yeah, let's put the arrow on the other side, huh? There we go. This is actually honestly doesn't need to be quite that big. We can take it down to like 95 and we can scoot it right there. And at the same time, I'm going to take these keyframes and I'm going to paste them up here and hope that that does the same thing. So WebBuddy. And then we can fade it out at the same time. So we can take both of these, T for opacity, we do a nice little keyframe for both of them. And then at the same one over here, we're going to fade them both out. So what this should do, we frame the AoE, we've got the WebBuddy there, it all fades out. It's nice and fast. I don't actually love this offsetting I've done. I'm going to take these and drag them into the 1 second mark so that the thing can finish. WebBuddy, done. And then we don't need the whole like 5 seconds or whatever, so that's fine. We'll cut off the end of it. Now this, because I replaced the original clip with an After Effects linked comp, it's actually already represented here. But if you get too many of these in your project, your computer will vomit on you. So, or at least mine will. So I, a long time ago on a different PC, developed the habit of just rendering these out as I go into, we'll say WebBomb animation, render them out into a clip and then put that clip directly in the project because it's going to be less stress on the actual project, because the last thing you want is to be almost finished one of these things and then the thing starts choking up because it's just got too much stuff in it. I tend to get Radiant Remnants for Hellowfall while doing the event in Hellowfall. While doing the dailies and stuff, it seems like all the mobs drop them. So we're going to close After Effects. Sure, fine. Save it. And then usually you can just drag and drop things into Premiere, but in the last patch or two, it's had this weird bug where if you do drag and drop things, sometimes it like auto scrolls your project file. It's awful. So I always Control-I to import now because they burned me. So I'm actually going to delete that linked comp, take that animation we just rendered, drop it in right there, and then see what it looks like. Like I said, this is way too extra. It took way too long. It was not really worth it, but it's nice to have a little, I don't know. You want to make sure that you have a WebBuddy in with you when you poke it. So it's nice to show us.
To get webs, we need to take a look at these knots of webs Takash has laid in the room. Good. If you touch the knot in the middle, it does a 10-yard AoE and will bind you to another player standing within.
All right, so that's already shown. I just need to figure out when I want the freeze frame to stop and when I want it to continue playing. I also don't really know why why it gets dark. It's something to do with the way that the software handles colors or whatever. I didn't put any color grading on it. I don't really care, to be honest, so we're just gonna not worry about it. I already have that problem in earlier videos and it's fine.
AoE and will bind you to another player standing within 10 yards.
So we'll cut it there.
Your web buddy must be with you when you poke the knot. Once you're tied to your buddy, the two of you can...
And then let's get a better shot of me actually tripping the boss with a different buddy, because I'm sure I have one. I thought the normal one had a good one of me doing that. I thought this clip did. Yeah. So we're tied to somebody. We're moving. We're tripping the boss. It's all very important.
Carefully stretch your web across the charge pathway. If you get too far from your partner, the bond...
Oh, that's right. That one doesn't do it. Also, is there ever a shot where, like maybe early, where I accidentally broke the darn thing? Because you can snap it by getting 30 yards away. Do I want to show that? Is that important? If I had an easy clip where I knew I accidentally broke it ahead of time, then I would. Maybe if we just have any clip of us snapping the thing. Maybe that same one, actually. Let's see.
To your buddy, the two of you can carefully stretch your web across the charge pathway.
All right, so then separately, we're gonna skip ahead a little bit so that it's a little bit less obvious that it's over, although obviously it's over. Just to show what it looks like when it breaks. And we're gonna switch the web bomb tooltip to binding webs so that people can see the 30-yard thing. Okay. I really could have just used straight footage for all of this and it would have been mostly the same thing, but I just don't want to wipe to this. And sometimes I like, in my head, imagining a graph that shows of how many times my own raid group would wipe to something if I just showed it normally, and then like how many times somebody would wipe if I like took a little more time on the video. And I like to imagine that I'm saving digital lives. So sometimes I will take a little longer.
If you get too far from your partner, the bond will snap, so move together and stretch the web just across the charge path.
Tripping the boss once will... And then let's see if we can stun him. So entangled is the name of the stun. This isn't all like strictly the same thing, but this is basically after the web snap.
Too far from your partner, the bond will snap, so move.
Let's see if we can get one more where we're carefully moving together with a web. I have so much footage that I feel like it would be silly of me to not try. Did I do it here? I didn't. Or even if I have a good clip of other people doing it. That's the intermission. Why did I record this one late? That's weird. 6. Pick up the beam. Pick up the beam. What beam did I pick up? Sometimes I name the clips to try to remind myself of where something is. I must have webbed. I did web. Oh, okay. That one we actually broke it. They jumped away, and I think it was less forgiving. I think 30 yards is farther than this. I think it was less forgiving back then. I'm going to use that clip. I'm going to use that clip right there. So that's for when we break it by accident.
Once you're tied to your buddy, the two of you can carefully stretch your web across. Buddy must be with you when you poke the knot.
Fine.
Once you're tied to your buddy, the two of you can carefully stretch your web across the charge pathway. If you get too far. So in this one, we do get too far and we break it. If you get too far from your partner, the bond will snap.
That's like a little, oh no. Maybe just one. Maybe just one O. The extra O's can be implied. We can do it in that font. I want that to be quite small. It's not that important. It's just kind of indicating that that was a mistake.
If you get too far from your partner, the bond will snap, so move together and stretch the web just across the...
Owie!
Too far from your partner, the bond will snap, so move together and stretch the web...
And then let's just do another, like... Owie. Because, like I said, 5.
Web just...
Let's put that owie actually like over the raid frames because that's where they hurt.
Just to cross the charge path.
And that shows
the
what
boss
happens
once
will
will stun him on.
So now we're talking about how when you trip him, he gets stunned and takes extra damage. So we can take our entangling tooltip. We can move that in place. All of this is going to start going faster in a minute. There's one other mechanic that we're going to take this much effort with, but the rest of it's all pretty just show and move on. So let's find a nice shot of us unloading into him while he's stunned. Maybe in the normal one. Maybe one that I'm not like busy breaking it. So we trip him. He's tripped. I'm like still, I had a lot of backup threads. Video editing on stream, heard you like working. It's my own fault. I was supposed to do this last night. I just procrastinated really hard. I guess I wasn't in the mood in a primal kind of way because I just watched YouTube shorts of like puppies instead. Okay, this shot's good. I like this one. So he gets entangled. He charges through. He's entangled. And also I'm not tethered for ages, so it's not that distracting. I'm tethered for a little bit. But let's grab this for right here. Tripping the boss once will stun him on normal, making him take 100% more damage for the next 12 seconds. Perfect. Meanwhile, Takash has been doing a couple... Okay, so that is phase 1 and noob stuff, and that's actually like over a third of the video because of how much these mechanics repeat. It's your birthday. Happy birthday, Hazel White. Thank you. Puppy YouTube is so soothing. Alchemy give you an effect bonus. Is it just duration? Just duration. The alchemy trinket, the philosopher's stone, I believe has an effect bonus on like health potions, I think. But the actual just having the profession is just the duration bonus when you're spec'd into it. All right. Look at this. We've got stuff going on. Let's keep going. Oh, thanks for the anonymous gift subs. Appreciate it. I've got some serious pet hunting and herbing to do later in game today too. Seconds. Meanwhile, Takash has been doing a couple other things. Venomous Rain marks a few players. So Venomous Rain. All right, let's find a nice Venomous Rain clip. It's super easy. It's very straightforward. We can find a nice early pull. Venomous Rain happens very early. So that's where the rain happens. Let's back it up a little bit. And let's find the spot where the rain spawns. Should be right there. And then if I mark that on that clip, I can actually just scooch that so it starts right there where I'm talking about Venomous Rain. Take off the extras, plump it down there. I can't spell, apparently. It's venomous, not venomous, but it's just my own. It's fine. It's not in the video. It's just my own files. That one should be a little bigger. We'll stick it down here. And it's literally just green things that you isolate with. It's super easy. Rain marks a few players with AoEs. Keep those off the raid. And Skittering Leap repositions them. And then Skittering Leap is really annoying because you're trying to keep the bosses stacked so you can cleave. And Takaj likes to just go, see ya, and jump away. So we're going to put those same effects over here. Maybe even, this is such a small tooltip, I'm actually going to bump it to 250. And then let's find, I think he leaps actually very soon. Whee! He's kind of leaping out of frame. She's leaping out of frame, pardon me. Takaj is female. I like to try and remember which bosses are male, female, or neither, just because sometimes it's not always obvious, and I want to use their correct pronouns. Also, it gives me a weird kind of twisted pleasure to, in my mind, not to other people, because I'm not awful, but like, whenever we're fighting a boss that's like really generic looking, and my raiders are like, we're gonna move him over here, in my head, I'm like, her. This giant bug general is a girl bug general. I don't actually say that, but like I like to know. Lyston, thank you for continuing your sub. Okay. I was wondering if I have a better clip of Takaj leaping. This one's fine. I could make this one kind of more noticeable by giving it a little trail as it jumps. But that sounds like a real pain in the butt. It's not going to be that bad, actually, if I do decide to do it, because I don't actually twist my camera in this clip, so I wouldn't need to animate it too much. I could literally draw the trail and then animate it with a mask. But we're being extra and we need to stop that. So what else do we have that has like a nice clip of the leap? It's not that important and I need to calm down. Boing.
Yeah, that's good because it's leaping like towards the frame. I feel like that's more noticeable. So, you know what I might do is I might actually just put a little text that says boing because I think that's kind of cute. Skittering leap repositions the boss to, and let's have it happen a little farther into the clip. Skittering leap repositions. Boing. If I'm doing little things like this, I want them to be very small, and very short, because we're not trying to make it look like you really need to read this. It's just kind of for fun. And skittering leap repositions the boss to... Alright, so that's fine, but the boing is too late. We need to scooch it up. Leap repositions the boss, and it's too long. It takes too long. Skittering leap repositions the boss to I like that. Make sure the melee get their steps in. Good. Perfect. Do we have skittering leap? We need to... Where did it go? I literally just had it. I lost it. I must have deleted it. It's okay. Skittering leap. We just want a tooltip here to make sure that we have... Oh, also, I didn't, I don't need 2 layers of that. So that one was going to be there. It was going to be $2.50. Sourville, thank you very much for giving out some gift subs. Actually, a macro that will tell you in-game what gender a mob is. Is there really? That sounds like way too much fun. And also like something I should probably leave alone because I don't know. It's going to get myself into trouble. After about 2 minutes, Takash ports to the middle for our intermission time. Perfect. Okay. So let's just start by finding a lovely clip of it. The intermission's really straightforward. This should be nice and easy. Let's go for the normal kill. We'll get the normal intermission. Not that it makes a difference. Takash ports to the middle, gets an absorb shield. You DPS off the absorb shield. You dodge the wedges. It's real straightforward. So we do this, and about 2 minutes in, yeah, looks so good. Okay. So, right about there seems reasonable. Our first intermission. Now, the question is, which of these tooltips talks about the absorb shield? I don't really remember. Void Step puts her in the middle. We can probably just kind of like scooch through these and figure it out. Fade to Black again. Thank you for the brand new sub. Appreciate it. That's later. Cataclysmic Entropy is later. It's not Void Bolt. It's not Web Bomb. It's not Web Vortex. It's not Strands of Reality. That's actually the frontal cone from later. Shatter Existence. Shatter Existence. That's it. So we're going to put this here because we're just talking about the absorb shield in this case. So we want to grab these effects, maybe down to 200, maybe scooch it in the corner a little bit just to make sure it's placed right. How does it look? After about 2 minutes, Takash ports to the middle for our first intermission. She gets an absorb. Not really necessary. But whatever, man. I'm gonna do a little zoom in. So I'm literally just gonna zoom in over here because when you blow up the health bar, it's gonna make it more obvious what the absorb shield looks like. So we're going to make sure that we put the anchor point in the middle so it blows up from that point. We're going to keyframe it here. She gets an absorb shield. Absorb shield. We're going to adjust the mask a tiny bit. We might need to actually keyframe it. So there's the mask path there. And then we can actually scooch the mask over a little bit back there because that's where it started. She gets an absorb shield that we have to... You know, it doesn't hurt to spell things out a little bit. DPS through, so let's point to the actual absorb layer here. Just for like a second. The DPS through to move on. And then we can put it all back. So for this one, same thing. Because I moved the anchor points, it's not actually going to go back to the right spot. It's going to go back somewhere. Oh, it actually went back to the right spot. That's so weird. I wonder if it's because I didn't. So, all right, I do weird stuff with my anchor points sometimes. It's fine. Am I happy with that? Intermission. She gets an absorb shield that we have to DPS through to move on. All right, that was... She gets... I want the arrow to appear when I say absorb. Absorb shield that we have... She gets... So the absorb shield... The arrow should be here by here. And we can actually move it because at that point it was right there. And also it should be fully zoomed in by that point. So I'm going to scoot that back there. We can also ease it in. She gets an absorb shield. Also, the arrow's fully in the wrong spot because of the zooming. That's why. She gets an absorb shield that we have to DPS through to move on. Yeah, that's fine. It's a little choppy, but no one's expecting Pixar. Meanwhile, she's lighting up the room with these webby wedge. I don't remember what that's called. The webby wedge attack. Just for the sake of finding it here. It's not barrage. It's not shatter existence. It's related to strands of reality, but it's not strands of reality. Oh, you know what? I might have it. No, I don't have it anymore, actually. I was going to say I might have it in my script. I'll find it. And Dassaron, thank you very much for the gift subs. Appreciate it. Stinging burst. Piercing strike. Poison bolt. Skittering leap. Stinging swarm. We should probably take a break once we're finished editing the intermission. Just to kind of decompress the brain a little bit. Sometimes this gets a little much. Oh, you know what? It's actually still part of Shatter Existence. It's not a separate ability at all. Yeah, alright. Well, there we go. Attacks that we need to dodge. They take a few seconds to erupt, so stand on clean floor when you can, or on the most recent wedge if you have. Alright, well that's a terrible example. I'm not standing on clean floor. A few seconds to erupt, so let's find a better example of me dodging the cone attack. Welcome, love your raid guides. Thank you so much. Anyone know if the account with the Hazel name on TikTok is real? Is it Hazelnutty Games? Because if so, that's my TikTok. I extremely rarely post my shorts there, and I have dreams of putting up more dog videos if I ever record any. If it's not that, then it's fine. But also, it's not like, as long as they're not pretending to be me. I don't think I'm famous enough to have fan accounts, but I wouldn't be mad if I did. Yeah. What am I doing? I forgot what I was doing. I was looking for a better example of me doing the hokey pokey in the intermission. No, there's no command. It's the same content that's on my Instagram. I post all the same ones as Instagram Reels. There's no exclusives, I don't think, on TikTok. So if you follow me on Instagram, you've already seen it. I also put them on the YouTube VOD channel. We're cross-posting like it's our job. All right, so here's the hokey pokey. That's perfect. Okay. So let's cut it to there, and let's grab this. They take a few seconds to. What about the weird YouTube videos using your voice? Listen, that's out of my jurisdiction. I don't think the law is caught up to that kind of thing, and if it has, then it hasn't caught up to me and my own budget. My it's not a problem. If I'm being shut out of YouTube by somebody doing me better than me with AI, then I don't deserve to be here. Erupt, so stand on clean floor when you can, or on the most recent wedge if you have to. There's also raid damage that gets bad if you take too long, so fire away. I'm not even going to worry about the entropic tooltip. I think raid damage is self-implied. It's every 14 seconds there's a blast of raid damage is the deal there, but like... It's nobody's getting stuck in that intermission. It's not that big of a shield. As long as you went in clean, you're fine. So now we're talking about... Oh yeah, we're going to take a little break. Let's take at least like 10 seconds and hokey pokey. Big stretch. Big stretch. Do the hokey pokey and you turn yourself around. Oh, it's warm in here. Maybe we shouldn't hokey pokey too much. Also, there's a cat under my desk. Sometimes I like stretch out my feet, and I didn't know she was under there, and then my feet bump her, and she goes meow, like I've done it on purpose, and I didn't. You're sneaky. You're so quiet. Oh, I just saw the TikTok with Moose. He's gotten so big. He has. They want to sell account sharing broken English to be fine for a while. Oh man. Okay. We're doing great. We're over the halfway point. This is real good. This is the last raid guide I need to do before the raid actually comes out, because Ansurek is going to be later. So this is a beautiful moment. You take too long, so fire away. All right, what's next? In phase 2, a Neighbor doesn't charge, but still does his tank buster, summon scarabs, and cone attacks. All right, so we don't need any tooltips for that. We just need a lovely little shot of a Neighbor living his life in phase 2, really. So this is nice. It's got scarabs in it and stuff. In phase 2, we showed the cone attack already, right? I'm pretty sure much earlier we already had, yeah. No, that's the scarabs. Yeah, because we got out of the cone attack, right? So that's not news.
Meanwhile, she's lighting up the...
Alright, so phase 2. Anibarash doesn't charge, but still does his tank buster, summons scarabs, and cone attacks. Dekaj gets a few new moves. Web Vortex will yank. So that was Web Vortex that we just saw. So I bet we can use the same clip and just bump it back. So that is right when Web Vortex happens. So if I mark the clip right there, we move it ahead to here. This isn't... Yeah, so that shows the end of the intermission and then it goes right into that. So that's actually fairly well paced. I'm happy with that. Let's get the Web Vortex tooltip. And I'm going to try and restrain myself and not put so many effects for the next part because we don't need cone attacks. Dekaj gets a few new moves. Oh, that didn't really need to be a different color. Web Vortex. Stick that in the corner. Okay. Vortex will yank the raid into her and web pairs of players together. Run from the boss, and in this phase, you can just run apart to break your webs. She also gets a cone attack of her own. Alright, so that's perfect. That showed exactly, we ran away from the boss, we ran apart to break our webs, that demonstrates it just fine. She gets her own cone attack that's something about reality, unreality, strands of reality. We can throw that on the screen for a second. It's a cone, it's pretty straightforward. It's kind of reminiscent of the cones from the intermission. So we only need to really show it for like a second. It's going to come up more later. They're big and obvious and spooky. Look so bad. Thanks for giving us some gift subs. Appreciate it very much. Yeah, this is the last one. Everything else is already scheduled to go. I know. But I am running late because I'm literally leaving tomorrow. I'm on a boat. And I'm not going to have any time before the raid comes out because I'm leaving. I'll be, and then I'm on vacation. So we got to get it done. And I was supposed to get it done last night, but we're getting it done now. There's the cone attack. Big, spooky, and we're moving out of it. So that's fine. So let's start the clip. Let's start the clip right there, actually. And then let's grab that. She also gets a cone attack of her own. Perfect. We have a new dispel mechanic for phase 2 called Stinging Swarm, which looks like it's actually starting now. So that's fine. This is the part that might need a little extra attention. Stinging Swarm's really important. It's kind of annoying, but maybe we'll have good enough clips to just show it as is. I'm just chopping this poor tooltip into pieces. I want to color code it, that's right. Stinging Swarm. Simmers, thank you very much for the gift subs. Are we going on a cruise? Not quite. It is my birthday tomorrow. That's true. Have a very happy birthday. Thank you very, very much. I'm very excited. Once I have everything ready, I'm probably going to have a wonderful time. I might try and put up like some Instagram stories or something. It's gonna ferry. I'm going on a ferry. And then like other places, but the ferry's part of how I'm getting there. I will talk about it in more detail when I get home. There is a chance for Orcas, that's true. Stinging Swarm. So what this mechanic is a bunch of people get a dot that can be dispelled. It has like no duration as far as I know, at least when it's on players. And it hurts and it makes you take extra damage. It sucks. When you dispel it, it just jumps to the nearest player. Or if Dekaj is the closest to you, then it'll jump to Dekaj. If it's on Dekaj, it has a 14-second duration. And we need to put 3 stacks of this. We need to dispel 3 stacks of this onto Dekaj to stun her. And we need to do that at a specific moment to interrupt the cast, basically. So it's really annoying because dispel cooldowns are kind of long. And it's really easy to accidentally dispel it onto someone else or to dispel it onto Dekaj too early. This is the hardest part of the fight after you master the web thing. New dispel mechanic for phase 2 called Stinging Swarm. Luckily, I was healing all this raid testing, so I have this from the healer point of view. This is a magic dot that jumps. So what I think I want to do for this section is just show what the magic dot looks like on someone's frame. It looks like right now that this other monk has it. Do they continue to have it for this whole frame? They do. Oh, I actually dispel it right there. So maybe we should like, if I replay it, it's going to be literally replaying footage. This is a magic dot that jumps to the nearest target when it's dispelled. Actually, that's fine. I literally dispel it when I said the word dispel. That's cute. Okay, so let's zoom in
Let's zoom in on the whole raid frame. Sometimes I'll pull the specific frame of the person in question. In this case, I'm going to grab this whole stack. Maybe we'll leave off the Paladin. Sorry, Paladin. You're not really relevant here. We can scooch this in. We can scooch these down. We can move our anchor point. I want it to grow from basically right there. Because if I don't, it's going to like shoot off to the side when I make it bigger. Magic dot that jumps to... So I want it to be at full size on magic dot. So that's when I want it to be big. So what I'm going to do is keyframe it, scooch those back a little bit. And then magic dot. Yeah. Maybe even up some. Because right there we want to... I could put a square on it. I like the big arrow. Arrows are classic. Arrows are great. Arrows point at stuff. What else do you really need? So we're going to make it like that. We're going to maybe change the size a little bit. Put it right there. This is a magic dot that jumps to the nearest target when it's dispelled. If it... Now that clip ended really quickly, so we're going to stretch it a little longer. Nearest target when it's dispelled. Because we actually dispelled it onto Takaj right before she ported. So I think that's fine. We're gonna put it back basically, and then if it lands on Takaj, it gets a 14-second duration, and 3 stacks of it will stun her. We need to. So let's get to here. Lands on Takaj, and then maybe we zoom in to like. Did I do that? I didn't. I didn't. Where's my cursor? Oh, it's under here. That player is right here. Okay. So what I think I'm going to do for this is basically do that same mask, not the animation, just the mask. So that we can have like an extra copy of these to move up. And we're just going to make it big from the get-go. Or bigger anyway. This is what I mean about anchor points. If you don't fix them, things are flying everywhere. Let's make sure we stick that here-ish so that we can just kind of like move it around like that. All right. And then in the back, we're going to kind of have it get a little closer to Takaj, but also have the frames a bit hidden because we're looking basically over here. I don't like having the frames be shown twice, but I don't want to zoom in so much. It can be kind of disorienting when you like do it like this. Although that does kind of show what we're looking at here, especially if we also layer it. I don't know how much I'm moving my camera, so this might kind of backfire on me, but let's just see what it looks like. If we just highlight, we specifically want this cataclysmic entropy, and then this player right here with the swarm. Okay, so let's see what this looks like. Let's back it up a little bit. We have a new dispel mechanic for phase 2 called Stinging Swarm. This is a magic dot that jumps to the nearest target when it's dispelled. If it lands on Takaj, it gets a 14-second duration, and 3 stacks of it will stun her. We need to use this to disrupt her ultimate in this phase, Cataclysmic. Oh yeah, because there's the priest, and the priest is actually mass dispelling off of them. So she pours Cataclysmic Entropy. So that was perfect, except that it actually like the stun happens in the last like fragment of the clip. When it's dispelled. I'm going to bump this back. I know it's going to be kind of rapid, but I'm going to bump this back so that there's a little more time for that to sink in on the end. It's dispelled. If it lands on Takaj, it gets a 14-second duration, and 3 stacks of it will stun her. This is just showing dispelling. We need to use this to disrupt her ultimate in this phase. So that's great. Entropy. So she ports and starts. Right. Okay, so we showed it in pretty close detail here. Now I just want to show it again, maybe without all the zooms and effects so that it can be seen a little bit more clearly. Can you have more than 1 stack in a player? No, 1 stack per player. Aw, you called me creative. I'm so flattered. As far as I'm concerned, this is just a big... You ever like cut stuff out of magazines and glue them together? I guess that's creative. I don't know. I never did it. It's too sticky. I want a clip of Takaj doing the thing. These are all from normal kill only P3, which is this clip. So we want to find a different one. It doesn't have to be normal because this mechanic's the same on heroic. So let's find like a nice long pole. Maybe this. What happens if I search Dispel? Did I ever have one? Normal Court 3 tried Dispels. That's kind of suspicious. We want something where we actually successfully did it one more time. Normal Court. Is that the only? No. We must have a normal kill. Kill only Feast 3. No, is that the only clip that I have where we actually did it? It was so hard. By the way, we actually like almost never successfully did the Dispel thing. I swear I have another one though. The other thing I do sometimes for this to try and figure out which clips have good stuff in them is I will literally go into my folder and I will sort them by length. I'll sort them by length. So the long ones are on the end. So this one, Long Pole New Silken Court, is almost 7 minutes long. So that might be a good one to try and see if it has a good example of that. I don't know if I was DPSing. I was DPSing. That might be okay. It might still show clearly, even if I'm not the one dispelling. Let's see. So, Takaj, ports in, web vortex, trans reality. She's going to step to the middle and start doing cataclysmic entropy. Did we kick her that fast? Oh no, that's web vortex again. Where is entropy? There's entropy. So entropy's got a nice long cast time. They did dispel it. I don't know if this is a good clip showing that mechanic because I'm not doing it. So I don't have like the debuff tooltips over people's heads because I can't dispel it. Now. So they're all going over there. They're trying to get dispelled. It's messy because there's a lot of people there, but they did get 3 stacks on her. I'm going to try and find one that's not the new clip though. I'm going to try and find one where I'm actually healing it because I feel like it looks clearer. So let's go back into that folder and find out what the third longest one was. It was Court 5. Sometimes I just leave them on by accident, so it might not actually be long. Can you share how young you hit? I'm 32. I'm turning 32. Court 5. This one is a pretty long clip as well. How far did we get here, though? We died in the intermission? Oh, that's right. We got stuck in the intermission. That's why that clip is so long. Is we wiped. Actually, no, we didn't wipe. We had one person hold on for a really long time. It was just a lot of intermission footage. That's not very relevant. Maybe Court 10. That might be a good one, too, actually. Let's look for 10. Or maybe even 11, if we pulled it 11 times. We get a good dispel here, so I'm healing in this clip. That's a good start. I just want to show it one more time start to finish without as much editing on it so that it looks a little more clear or different anyways. So that's the intermission. This isn't promising that this clip is almost over. I wonder if we died because we didn't kick it. This is starting to look like we maybe wiped on it. So she's casting entropy. She's casting entropy. She successfully casts entropy. This is why you have to stun her, is if you don't do it, you're dead. Yeah, that's not gonna work. All right, what about Court 10? Did we do it on Court 10? We might have to just use the same clip that we had last time. I remember 32, vaguely. I want to try to, in the first half of my 30s, try more new things and make some new memories and not just do the same things over and over again, because I'm very prone to getting stuck in my bubble, and it's making time go very fast. So that's why I'm going somewhere for my birthday. I never go anywhere for my birthday. I usually just stay home and play video games and watch movies, which I do love doing. And don't get me wrong, I've got some vacation days planned where I'm going to be baking bread and melding into my couch. It's going to be amazing. But I'm going to go somewhere first. Strands of reality. That's the cone. So there she's ported. Did we wipe this time as well? Yep. Sure did. Okay, I think we only have the one good shot of it. So I think I'm just going to play it again, but with less editing. So we go to our normal kill. Because I do have shots of us doing it when I'm DPSing, but it doesn't show as clearly. So we're just gonna run it back. basically this part. Maybe even a little bit earlier, because we want the boss porting to the middle. So the boss ports to the middle, and we'll just see what it looks like.
Use this to disrupt her ultimate in this phase, Cataclysmic Entropy. So she ports and starts charging up her Cataclysm. Players with Stinging Swarm need to run...
Did I do it too early? So she ports.
So she ports and starts charging up her Cataclysm. Players with Stinging Swarm need to run to her and get dispelled carefully. The boss must be closer to you than any player for the dispel, or else you're just going to bounce the swarm around. Drop off 3 swarms on her to stun her and kick her cast. After about 2...
Okay, I think that actually looks fine. I think that there's not a lot else going on. I don't even have any extra tooltips, so people can kind of watch it cleanly. And even though I'm not like zooming in, we already showed the individual components, so I think it's helpful just to watch it run back.
And starts charging up her Cataclysm. Players with Stinging Swarm need to run to her and get dispelled carefully. The boss must be closer to you than any player for the dispel, or else you're just going to bounce the swarm around. Drop off 3 swarms on her to stun her and kick her.
Yeah, because I dispelled 2 of them there, so I think that's fine.
After about 2 minutes.
Yeah. All right, good. Perfect. Okay, we're happy with that. We're moving into the second intermission. Let's find the second intermission. It's the same thing. Boss gets a shield, except it's the other boss, and instead of dodging cones, instead of dodging pizza, we're dodging donuts. I didn't make that exact joke, but I made more or less the idea.
After about 2 minutes of phase 2, it's time for another intermission.
Intermission. What is this intermission called? This one, it's not burrowed eruption. It's not seismic upheaval. It's spike storm. That's what it's called. So let's grab this. We are really getting very close to the end now. We're doing great. I'm really happy with this. I'm happy with how it's turning out so far. So Spike Storm's going to last about that long.
For about 2 minutes of phase 2, it's time for another intermission. A new barrage gets the shield this time, which we again need to damage through to move on. His Spike Storm has us dodging donuts.
And then it's...
Break the shield, and we're into phase 3, which is kind of a greatest hits from the first 2 phases. A new barrage...
We want to kind of jump ahead to the end to right about when we actually break the shield. Maybe like around there, so that we can kind of see us moving into the next thing.
Spike Storm has...
I will play WoW today. This has taken a little longer than I meant it to, but it's good. It's good.
Has us dodging donuts. Break the shield, and we're into phase 3, which is kind of a greatest hits from the first 2 phases. A new barrage gets his charge back, and we once again need to stop it with...
So let's get a nice little clip of that. We don't need the tooltips so much because these are all things that we've pretty much shown. So after the second web vortex, if we make it there, he's doing his charge. Yeah. New
barrage gets his charge back, and we once again need to stop it with webs. But instead of getting them from eggs, now...
That actually hurt a lot. I think a lot of people camped it. I went to half health. It was normal, so we just survived not doing it properly. You need to do it you need to get webs from the pull-in mechanic. So I'm going to pull it back to that to show those. So she's going to yank us in. He's also doing his own donuts to dodge. There's so much going on in phase 3. So there's the pull.
We get during the...
Alright.
Phases. A new barrage gets his charge.
Maybe we're just gonna not show the part where we fail on it because it's not really relevant.
Charge back, and we once again need to stop it with webs. But instead of getting them from eggs, now we need to keep and use the webs that we get during the...
Keep these. I want to specify that it's the second web vortex in phase 3 that you need to save them from, but I don't, just in case they change the timings. Sometimes they shuffle boss timings around before stuff goes live, and just on the off chance it's not the second one, I'm just going to generically say keep these with an exclamation point. Just in case they change it. But in testing, it was the second web vortex in P3 that you needed to actually keep webs from.
The web vortex pull-in.
And then like...
But instead of getting them from eggs, now we need to keep and use the webs that we get during the web vortex pull-in.
So we're gonna basically stretch this out a little bit, because we didn't actually do that correctly at any point ever, but that still shows pretty clearly what you need to do. You just need to keep those ones and then do it the same way we did before.
Once again, need to stop it with webs, but instead of getting them from eggs, now we need to keep and use the webs that we get during the web vortex pull-in. Stinging swarm and the cataclysm.
The stinging swarm thing was the same. I think maybe we did it again in P3. Maybe. We should look. Let's find our normal court kill again. Let's check through the end of it to see if we did successfully stun an entropy cast in phase 3. I think we just out DPS'd it, to be honest with you, because it doesn't happen for a little while. I think we just killed her before she finished it. But I mean, I have the swarm. It's got like the sick thing on it, so let's throw it over here.
Stinging swarm and the cataclysm cast are exactly the same. Stun her with dispels just like you did in phase 2.
It's not great, but we've already kind of shown that mechanic twice.
Rings of spikes need to...
So we're just gonna kind of blow right by it. The spike rings separately, they're different. They're the same, but they're different from the ones from the intermission. So we're gonna grab this clip right here. That is actually a mechanic that has a name. It's called Spike. No, not Spike Storm. What is it called? Spiky Spookies. Spiky. No. It's not Spike Storm. That's the intermission one. I mean, I don't know if it matters. It's, it's a circle you get out of it. Seismic upheaval? Is it called seismic upheaval? Is that the name of it? I have a way I can check, actually. I have an extra thing here.
Be dodged. Frontal cones need to be...
No, because it doesn't apply seismic vulnerability. That's what happens if you get caught in... Name Barrage unleashes a shockwave. I mean... No. That seismic upheaval is what happens if you stay in the second intermission too long. If you like really can't break the shield, eventually that's the raid damage that he does that makes you wipe in intermission 2. That's not what I'm looking for. We're so close. We're so close to the end. It's not Spike Storm. It's not Burrowed Eruption. Jim, thank you very much for the brand new sub. Appreciate it. Not Swarm, not Rain. Entropy Web Bomb. I'm kind of inclined to not even worry about it. Stinging Delirium, Scarabs, Void Step. No. Oh, I don't think this is that important. Impaling Eruption? No, that's the Frontal Cone version. It's basically that, but in rings. We're not going to worry about it.
Dodged. Unleashed Swarm is raid damage.
And then let's see if we can find a moment when there was the Unleashed Swarm raid damage. That's the actual swarm. Because we just killed it. The raid damage didn't look that bad. I don't even know if he cast Unleashed Swarm. Did he? No, that's the entropy cast. Let's look through phase 3 to see if we can find at least one Unleashed Swarm cast. It would have been a new barrage. Oh, hang on. That's the actual file. We want the normal one over here. We want to see after the second intermission. This is definitely a more involved fight than the first 6, which makes sense. Penultimate fights are often kind of exciting and different things going on. So I'm like watching our raid frames. I'm watching for casts. That's it. There it is. So he's doing Unleash Swarm. He casts it. Oh, yeah. All right. It's got like that little bug thing. Okay. He's kind of hidden behind the other boss, but It's like such sad little rain damage. It doesn't even hurt on normal. I barely noticed it was happening. I was watching the frames to be like, when did we take all this damage? We didn't. Damage that gets, but you know, it has a cool visual, so we'll throw it up anyway. Scarier every time. Unleashed Swarm. It does hurt more on subsequent casts. I just don't think we made it to any. I think we killed it pretty fast. We only have a little bit of footage of phase 3, so we're just gonna make do. It's a lot of fun. On normal, that's the fight. That's it. On heroic, the only... And then we have a little heroic mod note here about needing to trip him with 2 webs on heroic, up from just 1. So we're gonna take that. We're gonna stick the heroic skull graphic on it. This is another Hazel original that's very old, and it looks better when you make it small, because you can tell that I did it on my iPad in Procreate. So that thing's gonna go down to about 11%. Tack it on there. Nest these bad boys up. Sometimes I name it. I'm being lazy. We're almost done. we can see the light here. And then we're gonna go to a heroic one, and we're gonna find a nice clean shot of us tripping the boss with multiple. It doesn't have to be me. Just a nice clean shot of us tripping him in phase 1 with multiple webs. Yeah, that's good. Okay. So let's grab this.
The main difference is to stop the reckless charge, you need to trip him with 2 webs up from just 1.
Obviously we had like 5, but what are you gonna do?
It's the same deal. You just assign more web buddies to web duty.
Perfect. Okay. And then sometimes I like to, for the very end of the fight, take the actual kill to end it with. I find that's kind of cute. So let's get the very end of our normal kill, and then let's mark the point, the exact moment that the boss dies, right there. And then we're gonna use that there, and then clip it there. So this is more or less a raid guide. Now what I do is we put all the bells and whistles on, which does not take very long. We're almost back to WoW, I promise. I'm going to play games today. Me, Marista, thank you very much for the brand new sub. Appreciate it. Previous to editing guides for this raid, did you ever think you'd have reason to say web so much? I think I took a few more than I technically needed. All right, so let's do a few things. Doesn't really matter what order we do them in. Let's do transitions. So I'm going to grab my wipe transition. I use that for the tooltips, and because I keep them all in the same layer here, it's really easy for me to just apply that to all of them and have a little look-see to make sure I didn't leave any other clutter up there. Hey, these are supposed to be green. Green! It doesn't matter, it's just for my own broken brain. And then for the normal ones, what we're gonna do is we're gonna grab our end card, because this is where it goes do, and then I put like the subscribe and the video recommendation or whatever. We're going to grab this, and we need this to come with sound, so we need to click the audio channel, slap that on the end, and now we're going to do main video transitions. So by default, we go with cross dissolve. That's a very generic, unintrusive transition. I'm going to slap it on the entire thing, but I'm actually going to go in and I'm going to take it off the very beginning because we don't want to fade in. I want it to just cut in. And then for this cut right here, I've actually been using VR gradient wipe. I don't know why, I just think it's kind of cute. I wanted something to spice up how boring I think this intro is. So I have it kind of like fall apart like that. I think that would be too extra to use on every clip, but I'm using it for that one. Now I need to blur out my chat window. I don't need to, but I like doing it. So I'm going to highlight this entire thing. I have a preset chat mask here that is sized for my Nearbar Palace raid testing. I'm going to dump it on the whole thing. And then you can see it's like blurred the bottom corner of everything. So I just kind of go through the like 4 clips that don't need it and I pull it out. So the intro, the outro, you could just not select those, but that's too much work. And then I do a little click through to make sure, especially on like graphics where I'm zooming and pre-rendered, just to make sure I haven't done anything wonky and like blurred something that I wanted to show. It's only on this layer, so it really shouldn't. It's mostly hidden under the tooltips anyways, but it just kind of stops anybody's like chat spam from being distracting. So that's fine. We need to have some music, because it wouldn't be YouTube if we didn't have the same beats bumping under the entire thing. This is actually longer than my song, so you know what we do? We play it twice. Wow, original. So I literally just run it back again. It's the same song as the outro. I really want to produce more tracks, but it's been 10 years and I haven't done it, so it doesn't look likely. I turned this very low. I'm going to turn the gain down 28 dB because I really feel guilty about having such a repetitive song in there, but it's kind of tradition at this point, so I just have it as like a very low underlying beat, so it's there, but it's not like bumping. That should be most of what I do to these, so what I'm going to do is I'm going to watch it back and see if I can spot any obvious problems. Sometimes, when it's 4 in the morning, I don't do this, so this one might come out a little cleaner than normal. Hi! But I do tend to like speed them up as I replay them because even though it's only 3 minutes long, I'm really impatient. Thank you very much for the gift subs, I appreciate it. I'm Hazel. Instead of a mask logo, I like the way that I do it. And this is a guide to the Silken Court fight in I think it would be too normal and distracting. Plus, you're already watching my video. How much do I need to advertise myself? Happy birthday, why thank you. Also, Mache AE, thank you for the brandy sub. Appreciate it. These two share health. Buckle up, big fight. In phase 1, a noob hits his tank with Piercing Strike. It leaves a debuff, so swap tanks. He does this for the entire fight. Call of the Swarm summons Scarab ads that fixate, kite them, disrupt them with CC, and kill them. Impaling Eruption is a frontal cone to avoid. Now and then, a noob burrows to a new spot to set up for Reckless Charge. That's a big, dangerous charge that we need to stop by blocking his path with webs. To get webs, we need to take a look at these knots of webs Takash has laid in the room. If you touch the knot in the middle, it does a 10-yard AoE and will bind you to another player standing within 10 yards. Your web buddy must be with you when you poke the knot. Once you're tied to your buddy, the two of you can carefully stretch your web across the charge pathway. If you get too far from your partner, the bond will snap, so move together and stretch the web just across the charge path. Tripping the boss once will stun him on normal, making him take 100% more damage for the next 12 seconds. Meanwhile, Takash has been doing a couple other things. Venomous Rain marks a few players with AoEs, keep those off the raid, and Skittering Leap repositions the boss to make sure the melee get their steps in. After about 2 minutes, Takash ports to the middle for our first intermission. She gets an absorb shield that we have to DPS through to move on. Meanwhile, she's lighting up the room with these webby wedge attacks that we need to dodge. They take a few seconds to erupt, so stand on clean floor when you can, or on the most recent wedge if you have to. There's also raid damage that gets bad if you take too long, so fire away. In phase 2, a Nibarash doesn't charge, but still does his I don't know, you might want to left P3, I'm not sure.
Attacks. Takash gets a few new moves. Web Vortex will yank the raid into her and web pairs of players together. Run from the boss, and in this phase, you can just run apart to break.
I found there was a funny sound there. Hang on. Right after Web Vortex.
Of players together.
Run from.
I have breathing sounds. They can't know that I breathe.
Run from. Yeah, that's bad. All right, so we're gonna just like grab that, cut it down. Try it again.
Players together.
Run from the boss, and in this phase, you can just run apart.
She also gets a cone attack of her own. We have a new Dispel mechanic for phase 2 called Stinging Swarm.
So I should really be doing this with like more headphones in. I'm checking the audio with one earbud in, my laundry running.
Phase 2 called Stinging Swarm. This is a magic
hang on. Gotta run it back.
Of her own. We have a new Dispel.
Was there something funny there?
Attack of her own. We have a new Dispel mechanic for phase called Stinging Swarm. This is a magic dot that jumps to the nearest target when it's dispelled. If it lands on Takash, it gets a
It's the lag is just because I'm playing it back
14-second duration and 3 stacks
that won't
of
be
it
in the
will
final
stun her.
render.
We need to use this to disrupt her ultimate in this phase, Cataclysmic Entropy. So she ports and starts charging up her Cataclysm. Player
Alright, fine, I'll watch it in real time.
with Stinging Swarm need to run to her and
Mad
get
at me.
dispelled carefully. The boss must be closer to you than any player for the dispel, or else you're just going to bounce the swarm around. Drop off 3 swarms on her to stun her and kick her cast.
One thing I decide not to do usually when I'm making these guides is spend too long relating mechanics back to past instances where we have had that same mechanic. For some players, that's very helpful, but you can't underestimate how many people didn't do those old raids. If it's a very recent fight, as like in Nexus Princess Kaiveza, she does a thing that's basically Blaze from Farak, and we just fought Farak. So I thought it was worth mentioning Blaze, even though I don't take a lot of time on it. But in this case, even though this is kind of similar to the 9 mechanic, the 9 was Shadowlands. It was a while ago. Plenty of people didn't play it, and I don't want to gatekeep people by being like, you didn't raid 3.5 years ago. You're not going to understand this. So I try to just explain things, even if they're very familiar.
After about 2 minutes of phase 2, it's time for another intermission.
But a lot of people will relate
get
them
the
back
shield
to
this
mechanics
time,
they know.
which we again need to damage through to move on. His Spike Storm has us dodging donuts. Break the shield, and we're into phase 3, which is kind of a greatest hits from the first 2 phases. Nibarash gets his charge back, and we once again need to stop it with webs, but instead of getting them from eggs, now we need to keep and use the webs that we...
I don't really like the way I said eggs. I kind of said angs. It's too late, whatever.
...get during the web vortex
pull-in.
fine. Stinging Swarm and the Cataclysm cast are exactly the same. Stun her with Dispels just like you did in Phase 2. Rings of Spikes need to be dodged. Frontal Cones need to be dodged. Unleashed Swarm is raid damage that gets scarier every time. It's a lot of fun. On normal, that's the fight. On heroic, the only difference is to stop the reckless charge, you need to trip him with 2 webs.
You could say mechanic is explained in this video and a link to another video for them to watch. Who wants to do that? Who wants to refer back to a video from Shadowlands to get ready for your War Within raid, though?
Up from just 1.
That's just messy.
It's the same deal. You just assign more web buddies to web duty. And that's the Silken Court. Thanks for watching. I've got more.
I really do say silicone. That's the silicone court. I think I had earthen on my
raid
mind.
guides if you want them, and have a wonderful day.
Wonderful day.
Bye.
Bye. Yeah, that's good. I like that. I'm actually very happy with that one. So I'm not going to render it now because I think that would kill my stream, but I have it saved. I can render it out later. That's going to be coming out September the 9th, which is the day before the raid opens. Today is the 7th, so Ovanak should have come out today. Kaiveza comes out tomorrow. This will be then. And thank you for letting me do this on stream because I was really running late and this helped me out a lot. So I really appreciate it. Shout out to you guys. I'm going to take a short break and refill my water and clean up all my various glassware on my desk. But when I come back, we're going to play some WoW. I've got a couple things to give away. We're going to have a lovely, relaxing time. This is the second to last boss, but it's the last boss that I have PTR footage of. So the Onsuret guide is going to come out in the future at an undetermined date. All right. Oh, you guys are cool. You guys are real sweet. I will take a short break and I will be right back. Let's get our comfy headphones on. Also, let me fire up the game. Sounds like a good idea. Did I put one of my headphones in my pocket? I'm changing them partly because I want to put my comfy ones on and partly because I put one of them down. I left it on the counter somewhere. I'm happy. My cat is right underneath my desk. Exactly where my feet are supposed to go. Sweetie, are you sure that's what you want to do? I'm gonna try and work around it. How come you guys can't see my game? Is it taking a second to click in? Hello? You can hear it. Gameplay. It's not modern, sure. World of Warcraft, hello? That's weird. What about in this scene? No? That's weird. Arcan the Poet, thanks for giving out some gift subs. My birthday is technically tomorrow, but I'm doing my birthday stream today because I'm not streaming tomorrow. I'm going on vacation. There we go. I'm here today, but then I'm taking 5 days off in a row because I'm tired. Oh, background stream. I love a birthday gift. Do you have a podcast? This is the podcast. My stream is more or less just a podcast. I want to do some hunting for some wild pets. Happy early birthday. Thank you very much. Had a cat that was named number 2. It was huge. He had to be on your feet. Aw. Sat down near him. He would walk over, flop right on top of your feet. I need that. Kitty cat won't sleep on top of my feet. Moose will do it. My dog will. Oh man. My feetsies get chilly. Okay, so this seems a little loud. Let's turn it down a little bit. Let's track our safari achievement because I really want some new pets today. You know, new War Within pets for Hazel's birthday. Oh, Memerist, thanks for the gift subs. Appreciate it very, very much. Since it's after 11 a.m., we can talk about food, right? I slammed 2 hash browns in a bagel right before stream. Like that was part of why I was late. It was like during the countdown and before the countdown, I was just like, ow. I'm not quite ready for food yet, but I wonder if we're gonna eat on stream today. Did you do the weekly dungeon quest? I think so. I would bet 75 cents. So I'm not very confident, but I think I did it. Kazalgar Safari. So these are the pets that I have already. This is the list of total pets. And I bet you if I want to do this, I should probably search it up on Wowhead. Kazalgar Safari. I'm not going to worry too much about finding rare ones, but if I do happen to trip on a rare one, I would love to catch it. People have general location for each battle pet, starting place, some of them may require, etc., etc. So let's go look for a start, the Fallow Spark Glowfly. We have a little map pin that we can use to look for a starting point. Decent chunk. I remember wiping like 5 times in Priory because the tank thought he was an MDI. Didn't realize there was a whole achievement for this. Yeah, it's a nice way to kind of keep track of which wild pets you do and don't have. I don't know yet if any of them are rare. Usually a few of them are. Usually there's a couple of like rare versions of basic critters that are kind of neat to get. But let's see if we can get one to get us started here. The tank, I hate tanks like that. I'm pretty sure I did do the weekly because I remember choosing, it was the only thing that I did properly with my, oh, a fragrant stone lamb. A fragrant stone lamb? It's, oh, I guess the flowers might smell. I need this one. Oh. Also, I need to Ghost Cat Menace. I remember because it was the only thing I actually applied my Darkwing Fur rep up to. Susu, thank you very much for the gift, sub. I told you about the annoying chicken. I remember you saying the words annoying chicken. I may not have been at the right moment in my life to receive new information. It's quite possible. Is that what you meant? Like there's a rare pet that is a chicken and it's annoying because it's rare? Is that the you can see, I'm going to kill it if I do it again. It heals! Alright, well, we're just going to wait it out then. I see. I see. Okay. Aw, Tofter, thank you very much for giving out 5 gift subs. I really appreciate it. Thank you so much. Congrats to those who got them. You guys are so, so sweet. I should start looking into exactly how I'm going to go about doing a little hint of a giveaway here. Let's see. Don't mind me. Custom. Annoying rocket chicken thing on Mechagon Island. Did I get in a cage? We did get in a cage. So now we just need to finish this. So when I start the giveaway, which I have not done yet, I'm gonna have it open for like 2 minutes for entry. No sub required or anything. Just anybody that's around that wants to enter for it. And the way it's gonna work is the winner needs to, I need to be able to send a DM to them so that I can privately give away the code. The advanced. I will say that you must be a follower in order to win. I think that's fair and reasonable. And 1 entry per, no subscriber bonus. Is there? Edit. How is this gonna work? Thank you very much for the 40-month resub. There's no pie. I was thinking about birthday cake because it's gonna be my birthday, and then I was like, I don't want to be awful, but I don't really like cake that much, and usually I find myself, especially in the last couple of years, having cake on my birthday just so that other people think I'm having fun, because I don't want to be that person that's like not eating cake on their birthday. I don't want anyone to think that I like can't have cake. I can. It's just not really my particular dessert of choice. But I was thinking maybe a little pie, maybe a little tiramisu, you know, just something a little different.
Yeah, I think either pie or, or tiramisu. I just, especially if like someone else has like procured a cake for me for my birthday, you have to have at least a little bit. You have to have at least a little bit, unless you're like actually allergic or something, because otherwise it's just like a bummer, you know? I always prefer pie over cake. I love pecan pie. Always do birthday pie. Pie is best, just saying. Yeah. How does this work? Gotcha. Okay, okay. Kid prefers cupcakes, so she gets a cupcake cake. Aw, it's cute. Cheesecakes are very nice too. Cheesecakes are nice too. Yeah, I know. Are you just using the built-in Streamlabs one? Yes, that is my plan. Oh, there's a Phallus Spark Glowfly. I need that one. Nice. Love your content, weekly videos. Thank you. Thank you very much. Always do ice cream cake because I like it better. Favorite cake? Trilish. So yum. The moment where you love cheesecake. One cake for your birthday and then you're lactose intolerant. Oh no. Oh. I feel, oh, I got a blue quality glowfly. I feel very lucky in my life that I am tolerant of lactose. Lactose and I get along. Also, I've made horrible choices here. Friends are tired from cakes for presents, but I love baking. You're gonna get a cake. Someone has a tendency to make them cake. Let them know that cheesecake is your favorite. I don't know what I'm doing on the actual birthday because I'm gonna be away from home, but I'm sure we can find something. Whoa, these things are spooky looking. This is gonna be, yeah, that won't kill it. That'll be fine. All right. I don't want to publicize the giveaway too much because I just kind of want to thank the people that happen to be here, and I don't want to make anybody feel like they need to come if they don't like the stream anyway, just to try to get stuff. I'm not really much of a giveaway person, but we have some stuff in the variety show, so I am going to start this. And this one is for a 60-day game time code, and that will be distributed via Twitch DMs. This is the only time that I will ever DM anybody, or at least I'll try, and if I can't figure it out, I will ask one of my mods. I'll ask Perk to help me with it. But we're gonna get this started. As for the Super Mage, thank you very much for giving out 2 gift subs. So if we press this button, Streamlabs has put the rules. So what you need to do if you want to enter for a chance to win this code, you get one code, one chance. You don't need to spam or anything. You type exclamation enter, just like Arahoki did, and the bot will get you into the giveaway. So if you would like to enter, and keep in mind you'll need to be able to have Twitch DMs on so that I can message you to give it to you if you do in fact win. So that'll be going for 2 minutes. I think chat's gonna be pretty unusable for a minute, but that's okay. We can just catch some pets and hang out for a little bit. Smart Axe, thank you very much for the brand new sub. Appreciate it. I'm tempted to enter for myself. I don't know if I'm allowed to do that. I won't do it. But you know, 60 days of game time. This is 60 days of game time. It's two whole months. Is your water bottle color changing? It's like a 2-toned water bottle, but I've had the same one for years now. I think you can turn off the Streamlabs chat reply. I'm gonna not touch it. I'm gonna leave it because, one, I don't want to touch anything mid-giveaway, but secondly, I think it might make people feel better to see that they successfully got in, like that it worked basically. Because if you miss the exclamation point, it's not going to, and you might want like an indicator, like for example, WoW Freshman, I would do it again with the exclamation point to make sure that it tells you, you want the bot to tell you that you got your ticket. Yeah, I know it's really spammy, but I think it's nice. There you go, perfect. Just to give people feedback that it worked. I like seeing that I actually did it right. Yeah, it's the kind of thing that would make me feel better. Hey, Sop, thanks for giving out a gift sub. And it's only open for 2 minutes, so it's 120 seconds of this.
12 of us. We have currently 129 people entered. It is active. No! Okay, I have a problem. I'm an idiot. And it's got a 2-hour runtime. I think I can manually close it. I did say with my words at the beginning that it would be open for 2 minutes. I'll leave it open for like an extra minute. But I accidentally set it up with a 2-hour runtime instead of 2 minutes. I can manually close it and pick one, I'm pretty sure. We don't have to wait because I want whoever wins it to still be here. I don't want to make you wait around for 2 hours. I'm not even sure if I'm going to be around for 2 hours. I know I said I'd stream long today, and I will, but I need to make sure I leave time to get ready to go. So I'll give it another minute or two here, but I'll go catch one more pet, and then I'll pull a winner. Game time for any region does not just have to be NA. So, do I need a mossy snail? I have a mossy snail. What about Troglifrog? I'm pretty sure we've got one of those. Yep. Sandstone moss wool. Sandstone shale moss wool. Alright, I need a sandstone moss wool. So it looks like I have a map pin for this. After I'm finished catching this next pet, assuming that I can find one, I will close entries and pull a winner. Birthday wishes in advance. Been wild. All the best for the next year. Thank you very much. Best way to level up pets to max level? Buy stones. Buy upgrade stones. That's a shale one. I needed a sandstone moss wool. Zufu's pet guide. If you are starting from scratch and you don't have any charms, they have like a new player guide that talks about different ways to get started. But I just get pet charms and I buy stones. Let's see if we can find one of these. That might be the wrong kind. I might need to kill this one. Sorry, pet. And then let's go to Wowhead. Sandstone. Oh, they're also in Dornagal and then Isle of Dorn. So there's a few spawn points up here. There's more spawn points like right here in Freywold Village. So I think I'm going to go check over there too. Brush off those mission tables for all the charms you could shake a stick at. Seeing commands. Let me see. If I go to the giveaway, I have 139 users. I can look for your name, but I'm not going to do this. I'm not going to do this too many times. What I would do is honestly just try it again. If you're not sure if you got in, just try it again. Your name is here. You Begsta are good, but I would say if anybody else is like really nervous and not sure, just send it again just in case, because it won't give you 2 tickets. You're capped at 1. Some of them are only found as secondary pets.
Our miners had to leave their tools behind when the Nerubians attacked. Please retrieve them.
I'm running a giveaway for a 60-day game time code that we got from Blizzard for the variety show. Oh, so that's a Ramolith of some kind. That one's a granite Ramolith. Do I need that still? I do need a granite Ramolith. Let's see if we can get this guy. How was the variety show this time? Wasn't able to watch. It was really fun. I was in 2 of the 4 events, so we had some downtime that we were fishing for, which I was totally fine with. There is a VOD of it on the Twitch VODs channel. I haven't cut together. I was going to cut together like the actual game show, if nothing else. I haven't done that yet. I don't know when I would get to that, but it was really cool. They did a Family Feud style game show with the other like content creators. And we were trying to guess what, like, survey respondents would have answered to general WoW questions. It was really fun. It is not region locked. It is available for North America or EU. I double checked with the staff. After I'm finished this pet battle, I'm going to close the giveaway and then choose a winner. And I'm going to try to get it DM'd and given it right away so that I just have it have it sorted. Let's do this. All right, we got one new pet. And I am officially closing entries. We said it was only going to be up for 2 minutes, and we left it up for solidly 8. So entries are officially, as of, I'm going to give it, I see people are still entering. I'm going to give it another like 10 seconds. Da-da-da-da-da-da. Closed. All right. Entries are now closed. It is time for me to pick a winner. Drum roll. The winner is da-da-da, Arrowhokey! Woo! Congratulations. Let me take a moment. First of all, feel free to say something in chat. Confirm that you're still here. We've seen you around. we know you're in the neighborhood. Let me see. First entry, iconic. Arrowhokey was the first entry too. What are the odds of that? But the odds are 1 in 154. Thank you. Nice. All right. So I'm gonna take a minute and try to figure out how to DM you, because I pretty much never do this on Twitch. So I'm gonna poke around for just a minute here. Feel free to chat amongst yourselves. I want to send a message. New from Prime. That's not right. Message whispers. At Arrowhokey. Never tell me the odds. I have blocked whispers from strangers, but I can. Yeah, good, perfect. Let me just make sure I have it spelled right. That would be very bad if I gave it to the wrong person. Aerohokie. It is I, comma, Hazel. Making sure I'm not leaking it. And then let me grab it. Perfect. All right. There you go. Prize 1 distributed. We did it. Yeah, no, I copied and pasted it. Wonderful. All right, that is 1 down. Let's go look for another couple pets, maybe do a world quest or 2, and then in a little bit I will start up the second giveaway. So stick around if you want a chance. I feel awful saying that. I'll start in a little bit. We won't wait too long. Oh, we could get 17 polished petrons. Speaking of polished petrons.
Tell me, what drives you?
Tank is here. See y'all later. I am doing raid guides for this tier. They have already begun releasing onto YouTube. You can see some of them there, and the rest of them will be posted ahead of the raid release on September 10th, with the exception of the second to last one. Oh, thanks, Scoots. Yeah, there's a playlist right there. It's getting filled up by the day. We actually, live on the stream earlier today, edited number 7. Do you know when the event starts, where they're bringing a bunch of raids for the 20th anniversary? I don't think we have an exact confirmed date, but November is a pretty safe bet, because that's generally when the WoW anniversary lands. And they wouldn't dare do it after the WoW anniversary, so I think November at the latest. But I don't think we have like a confirmed start just yet. Can you imagine if they pushed back the patch and missed the anniversary date? It sounds like they've been working on it for a long time, and they've gotten pretty good at hitting deadlines. Yeah, it's gonna last a while for sure. I am really looking forward to that one. I cannot wait for the anniversary event, like mount off thing that they looked like they were adding. And I hope that it is a big hit and goes very well and just becomes like a thing you can do in the game. Like if they add actual infrastructure where you and a pack of people can just roll up and like do official in-game mediated mount offs, that'd be so fun. Imagine if they had a function where you could run like contests and giveaways and stuff like in game of like giving away like gold or battle pets or whatever for like transmog contests or whatever. And imagine if you could do it like in an in-game way where like you input the thing and like the NPC holds it for you or whatever and like puts your challenge in your guild calendar, and that would be really fun. There might be potential for abuse. It's not like I've thought it all the way through, but like it sounds like a cute idea. Trial of style, but personal events? Yeah! I think it'd be fun. I don't know why I'm racing. Reputation, perhaps? If I get to 2 more renown levels with Council of Dornigal, I get profession knowledge, and I'm so thirsty for that. It's gonna be good. I've been really enjoying alchemy and enchanting, and I want all the knowledge points I can get. Still holding out hope for a housing system eventually. I am too. I'm on the copium train. I think there's a chance. They know how bad people want it. They know what a slam dunk it would be if they did a good job. Nice. Alright. Oh, it's noon already. I'm getting a little hungry. So, we're gonna look for a new pet, but I think that we're gonna go ahead and start up the second one, and I'm gonna try and edit it so that it does not last for 2 hours. Can we yeah, timer duration in minutes, not seconds. So the way this one's gonna work, the prize is a physical War Within Collector's Edition. I don't have it in my possession. Blizzard has it. So the way this is going to work is I'm going to run the giveaway just like last time. We're going to pick a winner. I'm going to DM them, and I need them to DM me an address. Normally, you should never give your address out to anyone online, but double check the name, make sure it's actually from me. And I'm going to pass that on to Blizzard so they can ship it directly so that I never actually, like, it doesn't pass through my hands. It's going to come from them. I don't know about shipping tracking, but I'll pass on information as best as I can. Yes, worldwide. I asked if it can go anywhere, and they said yes. So we're gonna test them on that. I'm going to leave entries open for 5 minutes this time, not 2 hours. 5 minutes. It will work the same way as the other one did. There will be 1 entry per person. You must be a follower of this channel in order to win and in order to successfully enter. And we're gonna go ahead and start right now. Have it away. Good luck, everybody. And then in the meantime, I'm gonna go look for some pets I can tame because I don't know if we're gonna be able to use our chat for a couple of minutes. Okay. Oh yeah, this one's filling up for sure. We've already got 100 entries. So I have a Bedrock Stone Charger already, but let's check to see if maybe there's like a backup pet from my capture team that we haven't used yet. So we have one of these. I need the Sandstone Mosswell, so we'll go ahead and catch that one. I'm not super happy with my choice of pets here, but we'll just see if we accidentally kill it or not, I guess. I'm gonna roll the dice. I'm really happy I was able to get this given away before I go away because, you know, Friday's show was a week ago. And it would have been 2 weeks late otherwise. Oh, perfect. That barrier actually really helps me. I want to thank you guys for supporting me during the variety show stream. It was super fun. All of your suggestions were very useful during the actual faction fight game show, which is how we won the thing to give away in the first place. And I always feel better participating in stuff like that, knowing that I have my little community behind me. So thanks, guys. You're the best. Okay, I need to catch this one. This is the one that I want, so I need to be careful not to kill it. That was fun. I hope that they do it again. I was thinking about it. I was filling out like a feedback survey, and the only thing that I was like confused about was like the rules and scoring of the game, but the actual gameplay of it was so fun that it kind of didn't matter. I didn't really need to know what was going on. I just needed to answer questions. Usually do it each year. They did 2 of them the first year that they did them, and then they did a 3rd one the second year. 2 of them happened in 2022 because I was in both of them. And then the third one I didn't. The third one they did in Classic, I'm pretty sure, actually. I always use the turnip. The super bark that my dog here has the same effect, but I forgot to switch the dog in. Who won the scavenger hunt? Not me. There was a lot of people in that contest, and there was like a big chunk of them that won prizes off of it. And it was like on an individual basis, but I did not make the cut. I think we noodled around too long with the stairs thing. And honestly, I'm a little relieved that I didn't win because I felt kind of bad about using Wowhead to look up the location of that one NPC, and I didn't really want to feel like I had won on cheesy tactics. So losing on cheesy tactics was a little better. We got our sandstone moss wool. Did he give me your picture? They didn't ask. If they ever ask, I'll find a better one. But I honestly don't really have very many pictures of me with my little curly short hair. I have lots of video footage, but I don't actually have a lot of like photos that I've taken. So, gotta go get some headshots done. Happy birthday. Thank you so much. Do we think that this pet is gonna have something for us? Let's do this, and then let's do like maybe a different kind of flying pet. Actually, this is fine. Oh, maybe the crow, actually. Just with like a nocturnal strike kind of thing. So there are 44 seconds left on the giveaway. We have 165 people currently in it. If you'd like to enter for a chance to win this collector's edition, make sure you type exclamation enter in chat in the next 30 seconds or so. Give or take with a delay. Which is your favorite anniversary tier set? Do you like the priest one? I didn't look at them that close. I didn't look at them that close. I saw them and I went, that's neat. I don't know if it's something that I'm like wildly... Ooh, I need that one. Wildly, hungry for. They're nice. Alright, giveaway's officially closed. The timer is up. And let us choose a winner. Drum roll, please. Da-da-da-da-da-da. Our winner is Cool Metal. Kulmital. Please say hi or yay or something in the chat to let us know that you're here. Let me set up a nice little DM from you. Copy that. See if I can... Holy, you won! Yay, we're here. All right, let me open up a DM with you because you won't be able to... I have mine locked down pretty good, but let me go back to Twitch. And at your convenience, doesn't have to be right now, but ideally the next day or so, if 1 second. Da-da-da. Got it. Hi. This is Hazel. Smiley face. And then I will say, at your convenience, if you could let me know... Doesn't have to be like a home address or anything, just anywhere you would like to have it shipped. Sent to. And I will pass it on to Blizzard. I don't know if they're going to give me any tracking info, but if they do, I'll pass it on to you. But, we might be just kind of waiting on faith with that. But congratulations! Thanks for the gift subs, guys. Unredone, Grey Wolfen, and Mobeard. Thank you very much. Also, Little Leah and Aesop. That is the end of my giveaways. Those were the things that I had to give. So that is all. Thank you very much for playing. Can you tell us what country? I will not do that. Just for general privacy, I will not share any information about said winner's address. Are we going to pass 4K subs today, I wonder? If they wish to share their own country, they're welcome to do so in chat. I will not do it on their behalf. Sub update. Let me see the sub update. Are we at 4K? We are. We're at 4,080. Ho, ho, ho. I think we are going to probably fall off a little bit because I'm going away for 5 days, and generally when you don't stream, you don't get so many subs. But, yeah. Woo! Right? Exciting, exciting. That's awesome. I was not paying attention. I managed to not not actually hit the blood lasher. See, it's gonna kind of have a bit of a. So I still have the howl buff up, but this shouldn't hit it that hard. I'm just gonna kind of do this the old-fashioned way. If you lived on Jupiter, it would be exciting. That feels good to have done. We're getting all kinds of stuff done today. I'm catching new pets that I didn't have before. We got the Silken Court guide edited. We got our variety show giveaways all done. Oh man, it's healing. It's healing. Trying to answer? Okay. No, don't worry. It doesn't have to be in the next like 10 minutes or anything like that. I'm not gonna I've got the DM open, so anytime in the next day or two is totally fine. I appreciate your letting us know. Imagine ping. All right, can we catch this thing yet? No. Oh no. Will you do the fishing thingy today? Take a break from it after getting the mount. Oh, you're right. I should do the fishing derby. I forgot because I was like, I have the mount. I'm done. Oh no! That's why I can't catch it. I accidentally caught the stone lamb. I'm just gonna forfeit the whole thing. I don't want the stone lamb. I made a mistake. I was multitasking. I wasn't paying enough attention. Oh, it might respawn actually. Although I bet we can find a copy of that pet that doesn't have we can find a version of that pet that does not have whatchamacallit. In better quality. Muffin Derby, thank you very much for the gift subs. What else do you get for the derby? So the marks that you get, the derby mark currency is used for a bunch of stuff, but there's cosmetics that I really want. There's a set, there's an armor set, there's like there's weapons, there's like a funny shark hat. I could go for a funny shark hat. And the easiest way to keep up with progress with that is just to do the derby every week. It would be even better if you did the derby and then you like repeated the achievement every week, because that would give you extra marks on top. You get 1 mark for each unique fish that you catch with the derby thing every week. So there's another Ghost Cat Menace. That's the one we want. So we're gonna not even we're gonna pay a little attention. The funny shark head is a recolor, but it's a nice looking color, and I saved my trader's tender by not buying it on the trading post because I knew I could get one on the derby. And I think that trader's tender is kind of a more finite kind of supply thing. The dive suit is a recolor as well. That's something that I did buy partially from the trading post, but I could get a complete dive suit that completely matches if I do it via the derby marks. I'm currently sitting on 80 Merildar derby marks. If we can get to 500, which is kind of a long thing, but if or when we get to 500, then we can get the dive suit, which I think is really cute. Pandies, thank you for giving that a gift sub. The super important gardening tool. I don't remember the gardening tool. I remember the fish, but I already have a Stinkrot Smasher. Wish you could do it on the alts, since you can transfer marks. Love to fish that much. Yeah, I should totally go do the derby. Maybe we'll try to get, like, Isle of Dorn pets captured, because we're making some good progress in this achievement. I'm probably going to stay on for another 45 minutes at the earliest, maybe like an hour and 45 at the latest, just to make sure I've got lots of time to make sure I can get everything cleaned up. I'm having someone come house sit to look after Moose and Kira while I'm gone, and it's the first time I've ever done that, and I'm sure they don't mind, but I really want things to be nice for them, so I want to do a lot of cleaning and, like, laundry, and I kind of want to type up all of my notes about, like, the Moose manual. There's the things that you need to know, which is, like, how much he eats and when and stuff, and that's, like, a very short list. And then there's the stuff that is nice to know, which is all the tips and tricks that you can have in your arsenal to help Moose keep walking when he's out walking and he wants to stop walking. I'm going to try to capture this because this is a blue Ramolith, and I don't have a blue one yet. Jane Robin, thank you very much for giving out some gift subs. Put my info? Nope, that's perfect. I promise. Usually it's a very bad idea, but I promise that in this specific case, the reason I did it through Twitch DMs was so that you could verify my name. And I am very, very careful about data security. Because I also value my own and I understand how important it is. But I received that, I double checked, I have it, so I will pass it on to Blizzard today. Excellent. Congratulations. Don't have pet sitters to consider. I like leaving my home clean so I don't return to chaos. That is a nice side benefit of having everything be super nice. Being able to come back and have it be all clean. It's the first time I'm leaving Moose. It's only for one night. I'm gone for one day. It's not that big of a deal. I'm gonna be back like before he knows it. It's 2 walks that he has to do with someone else. But like, he's my baby. I'm gonna be just dying. My pet sitter has assured me that she will send like pictures and videos and stuff so that I can keep up with him and Kira while I'm away, and I'm gonna be just like glued to them. Just like sobbing on the ferry, being like, my pup. I miss my puppy. I'm very squishy. I'm very attached to my pets. I can't help it. They're the best. Do you have enough pens to write down everything about Moose that you wish to share? That's why I want to type it up, is because it's going to be easier to read. I was debating whether or not it's too extra for me to draw little sketches of the Moose like hand signals for the different commands, because they really do help. Hard to leave my cats alone. Don't even want to go on vacations anymore. It works in my favor that I'm not really a big traveling person to begin with. I'm not somebody that's going away every year or every summer or anything like that. But I do want to like get some infrastructure set up and get some practice at doing it now and then, because I don't want to feel like I cannot ever go anywhere. But generally speaking, I kind of prefer not to, because I just want to stay home with my babies. One dog is my Velcro dog. Sits on top of the couch till I come home, whether it's 5 minutes or 5 days. How are we doing on this? I had a WoW head page up. Oh, excuse me. For Kazalgar Safari. Oh, I thought I was in Shadow Spec. I'm like, why is this wolf not dying faster? It's because I'm running around as Eel. Because I didn't want to finish everything, but it would be nice to get the ones that are widely available in the Isle of Dorn at least. So we have the Fallispark Glowfly, the Mossy Snail, Trogla Frog, the Sandstone Mosswool. I got one of those, good. What about the Cobalt Ramolith? Yes, good. Got one of those. The Alabaster Stone Charger. I have an Alabaster Stone Charger. Cultus, thank you very much for the brand new sub. Appreciate it. Moose is a mixed breed dog. He's a German Shepherd mixed with... He's like 24% German Shepherd, and there's also Malamute and Husky, so he's kind of like a Shepsky. But there's also some bully breeds in there. There's like a little bit of Labrador. There's some livestock dogs. Little Keeshond, little Maremma sheepdog. There's a little cattle dog in there. He's a big old blender mix. He's real cute. He's so cute. I miss him. He's sleeping right now. Cinder, Honey, Ember, Stinger. I need a Cinder, Honey, Ember, Stinger. Okay, let's go get a Cinder, Honey, Ember, Stinger. That's such a long name. Let's get an in-game map pin going here. Those are going to be from, shocker, shocker, the Meadery. So let's get into Shadowspec here. Foster cat found her forever home last week. Oh, that's wonderful. Happy, also devastated. Oh. It's a big boy. Where can I get one for my own? This is from our local shelter. He's from our local SPCA, but Humane Society also gets mixed breed mystery puppies. And I imagine that there are shelters in lots of different places that have young dogs that need good homes. Distantly related to my little guy, has a lot of the same breeds. It seems like the general like mixed dog breed cocktail is a bit regional. Like depending on where your dog is from, there might be the same kind of like sorts of breeds. Like there's going to be bulldog in almost any mixed breed dog. But depending on where they're from, they might have different like a different cocktail. Northern to interior Canada has a lot of these like Shepsky or like Husky mixes that end up coming to shelters out on the island and stuff. He's such a cutie pie. He's such a good boy. He's the sweetest angel. He's so good with Kira now. He's worked so hard to learn the self-control to give her space, and she still hates his guts. But he's so sweet because he loves her and he just wants to sniff her and get to know her. And he'll just be very polite, like gentle little sniffs, and then she's like, don't you do it. Can we see him today? He was on a little earlier at the beginning of the stream. He might come back. But right now, Kitty Cat is actually sleeping like under my desk. And I think she would be real mad if Moose ran up on her right now. So let's get this one. Yeah. Manny, thank you for the 63-month resub. Hello, Hazel. Even though I'm not able to catch all your streams live, enjoy watching the VODs and the coziness they provide. Thanks for being you and sharing gaming with us. Aw, thank you so much. Moose is staying home. I've got somebody coming to look after Moose. Oh, we got a blue one. Perfect. Okay. That's exactly what we want. Lady cats are the hardest to win over. It doesn't help that she can't see him. So she's like extra just wanting him to stay away because she can't see his body language. She just hears a big dog jumping around and she doesn't want anything to do with it. And I can't say I blame her. Husky relatives, breeding dog, close relatives, nearly purebred husky. Oh. I did a DNA test for Moosey just for fun. And the biggest single chunk was German Shepherd at 24%. Which makes sense, because if you look at him, the Shepherd is the thing that comes through the most.
Let me find a good picture of my puppy. If we're talking about my puppy, let me find a picture of him.
I know, I've showed him before, but I'm gonna show him again. Oh yeah, I have a little video. I was saying goodnight to him. I was giving him his goodnight pets and stuff. I'm wearing my fluffy bathrobe. So he looks most like a shepherd, but you can see he's got the other breeds kind of like everywhere. His ears are definitely like a big mix of things. They'll be up or down depending on his mood, but they mostly just do that. Puppy, isn't he precious? Isn't he special? He's such a sweetheart. He's sleeping right now. I'm not gonna go wake him up. It's his nap time. Also, I kept him up until like 1 a.m. last night, so I'm gonna let the boy nap. He's a precious, sweet little boy. Baby. We have some video of him visiting stream that posted as highlights on the VOD channel. Got my puppy from a shelter and they guessed she was a golden husky mix and they were right. Came back at a 50-50 split. That's crazy. That's awesome. Got my combat today. Spent hours yesterday getting my fishing skill up. Nice. Oh, congratulations on your mount. All right, I'm happy I got a blue quality cinder honey ember stinger. I probably ought to start the derby sooner rather than later because it's gonna take an hour. So I should probably like go do that now. Because I don't know if I want to be eating lunch any later than like 1:30ish. So let's do that and then we'll end stream after we've derbed. We made some progress on this. We didn't finish it by any means, but we got a couple of new ones and I got a couple blue ones, which I think is pretty exciting. So, in preparation, I'll just head down there from the Ringing Deeps. I'm gonna grab the fishing derby guide. Wowhead has a page on it that Fall Fishing Derby Wowhead. I like the table that it has that shows all the different places where you can fish these things. So that's the guide. It takes you get the buff for an hour. You can finish the quest and get your 25 marks in less than an hour, especially if you're lucky. But if you want to really maximize your marks or try to do the Derby Dash achievement to catch all of the different fish all in the same week, that's probably going to take you about the whole... I mean, I guess it depends. You might get lucky and get it done faster, but it's safe to budget about an hour. What happens if you don't catch all 3 fish? I'm assuming that you just don't get your quest done for the week. You don't get your 25 marks. They change it so you have to turn it in within the hour. Okay. All right, good to know. There was a bunch of oddness with it. Oh, hey, it's purple. Oh, it's just literally becoming purple. Well, that can't be right. Maybe that's just the animation. If I look in the pre-made groups, are there Belladar groups up? No? All right, I'm going to assume it's not a thing then. Not going to worry about it. Must have happened half an hour ago. Yeah, there's a lot of inconsistency with how the derby mechanics were working last week. I'm just gonna kind of do it the normal way. Keep refreshing. I'm guessing it came up 27 minutes ago. I think they're all gonna be gone. I don't sit in general chat. I leave public chat channels on all my characters. Failed earlier, but the quest was available again. Sometimes if I'm trying to farm something that... I might turn it back on for Belladar specifically. Sometimes a farm like that is worth it. But... sometimes I'll be in general chat or trade chat in a character that I haven't turned it off on yet. And then I'll see some people just like trying to pick a fight in the general chat channel and I'll think, I only have so many brain cells. I'm not spending them on this. No thank you. Alright, Nibbling Minnow, Hammerfish, and a Queen's Lureback. So, we're looking at any zone for the Nibbling Minnow from the Calm Surfacing Ripple. Hammerfish are from Blood in the Water and Hallowfall. And the Lurefish, Royal Ripples and Hallowfall. So we can do it all in Hallowfall if we're lucky. And that's what we're going to try and do. I'll pop my fishing head on for fun. Let's go fishing. We're looking for Surfacing Ripples, Blood in the Water, and Royal Ripples. I will also fish other pools as well, just to try to get some extra derby marks. But we really want to make sure that we get one of each of those 3 fish in the course of our thing here. Hello! Hello, how you doing? I love you so much. Me too.
Every now and then we'll be out walking him in public, and it doesn't happen quite as much as it used to when he was like an actual like puppy, because he's 1.5 now, so he's a little bigger. But every now and then, even now that he's grown up, somebody will be just watching him walk by and they'll look at him and they'll be like, I love him. Because if anybody pays any attention to him, he will lock eyes with them and he'll start wagging his tail, and his like he just wants to sniff everybody. And if he thinks he has a chance to like meet somebody and sniff him, he gets real excited. And then of course people think that they get to pet him, and then they try to pet him, and then he jumps away, not out of fear, just because he's trying to play. And then they apologize every time. Derby is available every Saturday. You can start it anytime you want within the Saturday, and it gives you the hour-long buff within which to fish. So I'm up 2 Derby marks just for catching 2 different types of fish from this pool. Wish there was a way you could make all the default settings current future characters. Yeah. I mean, some things you do. Keybinds, for example. We appreciate account-wide keybinds and not having to set them up on each new character. Could be worse. Xenodev, thanks very much for the gift subs. Sacred Connection, you collect 500 Storm Spirits? I'm not sure if I have. I think that sound might be Beldar ending. I don't know. Also, I don't know if I think I missed my bobber. Don't forget, you can only catch a lure fish if you have the chum buff. Queen's lure fish. Are you sure? Sanguine dogfish for sure. Regal dottyback in the water. Oh, Regal dottyback into the Royal Ripple. Gotcha. Okay, that is good to know. Thank you very much. Okay. Yeah. Oh, you can see the timer ticking down on your quest now too. The dottybacks themselves come from... I mean, I could buy some as well. Come from Royal Ripples. I'll probably just buy a few. They might be expensive, but I think it's probably worth it. Are you doing a long one for your birthday? Yeah. Plus, I feel bad because I spent like 2 hours on stream this morning editing a raid guide. I thought it was going to be like a cute little exhibition. I was going to be done in an hour. I don't know what planet that idea was from. It took over 2 hours. So we're making sure we get some game time in. Kasumi, thank you for the 42-month resub. Wondering why I wasn't catching them. Looked up just in time. Nice. Happy birthday for tomorrow. Hope you have lovely time off. Thank you very, very much. I'm so excited. I'm so ready to sleep in for some days. I think I'm still gonna do yoga some mornings, but I might even like get up early on a day off, go to yoga, and then just come home and go back to bed. Like that sounds so good. And then just get up at like 10 o'clock and have a slow breakfast. Let me get some dottybacks. They're gonna be kind of expensive, but I want to have them handy. Oh no, hang on, blood in the water. We do this first. If there's any time left on it. Fun to see behind the scenes of raid guides. I'm glad you guys enjoyed it. Glad it did some good for somebody. 1 dotty fish in open water. Okay. Can you divulge what you're doing next week? I'll divulge after I'm done. Once I'm done, I will definitely talk about it and post about it after the fact. So let's buy a couple Regal dottybacks. I don't know if you need a bunch of them or anything. Do not overstack. Okay.
Have anything ancient to trade? Needs to be at least 2 centuries old.
Fine. I've been had. How are you reeling it in without clicking it? I'm using an add-on called Better Fishing that harnesses the power of the Interact keybind to use the same keyboard button to send and retrieve your fishing bobber. Super comfy.
I'm gonna go back and look up the rivers here. Yeah, better fishing is what it's called. There should be a link to it in my add-ons spreadsheet. There we go. What do I want from this? The hammerfish, I think? Chance to drop from blood in the water. How lucky were you to get the leak? I wanted so bad and I've maxed my fishing out. I think I got it after I had capped fishing, but it was like within the same day of that, so I don't know how lucky I was. I might have been pretty. Yeah, Angler is another add-on that can do the same thing. Oh, we got a dogfish. That's nice. Just straight up dogfish, no perch needed. Yeah, you only need to get those 3 fish, but every other type of fish that you get gives you a bonus derby mark for each unique different fish that you fish up during, like, with your buff. So it is a good idea to get one of everything if you have time, but definitely prioritize the 3 fish that are on your list. Alright, no luck with the hammerfish. I like filleting ghoulfish when I get a chance. Because yeah, you can sell them. Missed 2 for the net. We'll need to get them after next week. Oh, nice. Yeah, it took me 2 weeks to get mine as well. I had everything but the Awoken Coelacanth done on my first week, and then the second week I went back and got the Coelacanth. See, bye. Thank you very much for the 22-month resub. Slum sharks. Slum sharks are good. They're good money. They're going for 500 plus gold each, so I just recouped most of what I spent on the dottybacks. This expansion has made me a lot more loose about spending gold to get something done in terms of other currency. Like, I'll spend gold to save on concentration for doing my patron work orders, or I'll spend gold to do patron work orders to get acuity. I'll certainly spend gold to get first crafts or like other things that give me profession knowledge. But even something like this where I know I'm not going to make a return on it, you know, derby marks, you can only get them once a week. These slum sharks are great. I should be fishing these more often. Seidel, thank you very much for the gift subs. Appreciate it. I'm happy. I'm a lot more caught up with my life than I was when I woke up this morning, so that's nice. Barely got the lure fish in time. I was so worried. If I find a royal ripple, we can try for it. But I've got 52 minutes still. Because I need one too. No. So there is a calm surfacing ripple within all of this. Those are Shadowblind groupers. There's the ripple. This is going to be a really annoying place to fish from, but if we stand in the river and levitate, we'll be fine. I need to make a huge list of everything I want to do today. And also my itinerary and schedule for tomorrow after stream. Because right now I'm like, oh, nice, I got the minnow. I have like 19 things I want to do, but I don't want to forget them. And some of them are like more important than others, you know? Some of them are just would be nice. Like my nail polish is chipping and I want my nails to look nice for my birthday, but it's not that important. It's not the end of the world if they're kind of chipped. Some people think that's a look too. It's very 90s. But if I get time, I want to fix them up. Maybe do something special, but I don't think I'm going to have that much time. Kind of a slammer of a day. I also don't know when I'm going to do yoga in the next couple of days. Am I going to be one of those people that like finds a place to go practice while they're on vacation? Or am I going to be like doing my practice in my hotel room? Should I bring a yoga mat? I guess I could bring a yoga mat. So I technically don't need the surfacing ripples. The Icarus might be nice just for like some uniqueness derby marks, but what I really need to be looking for are royal ripples, which I usually think I find inland. Void Weaver, pardon me, no, Archon for Shadow Spec. I just take whatever the Wowhead guide recommends, and it has Archon for, I think, dungeons and raids. And then for Priest, I have Archon for Holy Priest, I have Archon for raid and Oracle for dungeons. But yeah, I'm a Halo spamming Priest for Shadow. It's not as fun as Void Weaver, but it's certainly very effective and it's very straightforward. Hotel Gym may maintain yoga mats. Maybe. Do we trust them? I'm in a bit of a cheap hotel. I mean, okay, it was still a lot of money, but like it was. I'm not in like a nice one. I'm in like a regular hotel. I am not streaming tomorrow. I am not home. Oh no, I don't want to bring my yoga mat because it's heavy and I'm not taking my car on the ferry and I don't want to be carrying around. Oh, a royal ripple. Okay, here we go. So we take the Dottie back. Actually, we'll take at least. I'm going to throw in 2. That gives me a minute of buff and we're going to fish. We're hoping for a Queen's Lure fish. Yes, we got it. Perfect. Okay. I'm going to keep fishing for more. we may as well. We've got this buff. Got the achieve. Nice. I have a lighter yoga mat, but it's kind of useless. I slide around like a slip and slide on it. It's like a little bit dangerous. I think I need to keep using it to wear it in, but it's hard when I have a better one that I actually like don't fall on. Go, go. Yeah, because I can sell these for like 200 gold each on their own. If this person's doing the derby, though, I should probably let him fish that pool. All right. I also need a trophy Aerithor hammerfish, which is from Blood in the Waters. So I think we're going to keep looking for those. We're going to keep looking for bloods. But we're doing great. We're already 2 of 3 fish, and we are less than 15 minutes in. Bring that so you can have a slip and slide. This sounds like fun. Wish they'd kept the derby mat's original name. Red Old God Mat was more fun. I don't remember it being called that. That's awesome. That's funny. Doing this derby for the first time. Nice. Yes. Oh yeah, sure. Thank you. Let me see here. Sorry, yeah. I have food. My goodness.
Small gift for your birthday. Thank you for all your lovely streams.
Oh, I didn't know I had speech on. GG Brit, thank you very, very much. Aw, shucks. Appreciate it very much. Aw. There's the Wowhead guide on the fishing derby. It will have all the information, including... It starts just south of Merildar, like right here. We need blood in the water. I'll fish the river pool though. I had a lunch delivery. Never heard that before. That's not what it sounds like. I mean, it came from somewhere. I must have turned it on in Streamlabs somehow. Aw. My partner dropped off for me a grilled cheese and some yam fries. He's very sweet. With some chipotle aioli. We had veggie burgers the other night with like a really big batch of yam fries, so we had some leftovers. Let's see, how hot are these? I don't normally stream this late, but this is very nice. Oh my god, that's so good. I love yam fries. They are the superior fry. Alright, we got We gotta find more blood in the water here, but like... maybe I should fish out non-blood pools to force blood ones to spawn, actually. Because I want to stay in Hallowfall. As a shaman, I can fish while standing on water. It's so good. Yeah. I mean, anybody can do it. If they're fishing that ripple, that's fine. Anybody can do it with a raft toy. It's kind of cool to be able to do it with a class skill. Plus, it's a little bit more convenient. Heart has a spot for the really thick fries that the UK pubs do. Don't mess around. Yeah, when they say chips, they mean it. They mean, business. Yeah, that's the other half. He's real sweet. he's real nice to me. Happy birthday. Thank you.
Waterways have always been dangerous.
Need blood? No, those are Shadowblind groupers. We don't want those.
Predators of the undersea slither up and prey upon the fisher.
He made me a grilled cheese. Do we dip it in the chipotle aioli? Is that too much? That's not too much. It's hard to look for pools and eat when I'm hungry. It's so good. As long as I never catch you dipping fries in a milkshake or I'll unsub so fast. Oh, I got bad news for you. I don't get it very often, but I do like that. I like a good plain straightforward grilled cheese, but let me tell you, peak Hazel grilled cheese involves sourdough bread and real Canadian cheddar. We're not messing with craft singles. I know people like that. I'm happy for you. Live your life. Don't give it to me. No, thank you. I do not mess with the craft singles on a grilled cheese. I had it as a kid growing up and I didn't like it then, and I don't like it now. I used to get grilled cheese with the real cheese at my nana's place, and that was like the absolute pinnacle of childhood cuisine. I wanted actual cheddar, none of this fake stuff. Craft singles are inedible. For a moment, I thought you said incredible, and I mean, everybody has their take. But I know that for a lot of people, the craft single version is like the nostalgic version, so I would never try to take that from somebody. I mean, I like craft dinner, and that is also absolute garbage, but like it's nostalgic for me, so I like that one. But for some reason, the singles choose real flavorful tomato slices. Oh. Yeah, fries and milkshakes are just good. It's like sweet and salty. It's like having potato chips with fruit. Another thing that my nana likes doing. We need blood in the water. Yes. All right. Apologies. All's fair in fish. Put pickles in my grilled cheese? We always, growing up, would serve pickles on the side of them. I never had them in the grilled cheese. I was trying to duck out of frame, but I think I'm just gremlining on frame. It's war when there's a fishing derby, right? Ice cream with potato chips, kind of the best thing ever for that exact reason. Don't mix sweet and savory, one or the other. I'm actually nervous enough about the goldfish to chuck that one. I am from British Columbia. BC girl. Go Canucks. Go Harbor Cats might be more accurate. Those games are loud. I've never been to one, but if I was ever going to go to a live sporting event, I would probably go to a Harbor Cats game. It's baseball. I don't know if they're any good, but the fans seem to have a nice time. Everybody seems to be having fun whenever there's a game on. Yeah, my partner made the grilled cheese. Buying takeout grilled cheese is like a real risky thing to do. They're best when they're really fresh. I could go to a Whitecaps game, that's true. If I've ever bought a grilled cheese, actually. Yeah. Mac and cheese, maybe. Fork and Pork does a good mac and cheese with like the blue cheese on it. If you're like really in the mood for like a super indulgent carbs and cheese experience in Victoria. What about your favorite grilled cheese from Panera? Gosh. Back when I lived in the States and I would eat at Panera, there was like one sandwich on their menu that was like a kind of like a tomato caprese thing. It was, you know, tomatoes and basil and cheese and whatever. It was good. And that was like, if I was going to Panera, that was what I would order. And then one day I went there. It wasn't like an all the time thing either. I wasn't like a Panera fiend, but you know, I liked that you could go get a sandwich with a side of bread. You know, like have some carbs with your carbs. I'm carb powered. I appreciated that. Especially at that point in my life. I don't think I'd heard of protein. So that was like my go-to. And then one day I go back and it's gone from the menu. My favorite tomato veggie sandwich was gone from the menu. And they had replaced it with a grilled mac and cheese, where they made a grilled cheese sandwich with mac and cheese in the middle. And I've never forgiven them, and I've never eaten there again. Yes, it's partly because I don't live there anymore. But even if I did, I'm not over it. How dare they? I don't have hatred in my life for very many things because, you know, it's not a good thing to hold in your body. But everyone needs a little bit of an outlet, and mine is directed at the forces in the universe that caused them to drop my favorite sandwich for a grilled mac and cheese. The absolute gall. What gave them the confidence, honestly? Broccoli cheddar soup recipe, make it at home. Panera was also like really spendy for being not... It was fine. It was like if you wanted carbs and you were out, it was fine. But you would spend a lot of money and get not that much food. I did like the mac and cheese cones that they had at Disneyland. Those were good.
The flame burns for all of us.
I went to Disneyland with some fans once. It was one of the BlizzCon year that I went, and I had like a community member from my stream, I think, that they had like connections at Disney, and they offered to help get me in, like give me a pass. And at the time I was like, okay, all right. So I met up with some complete strangers to go to Disneyland with them, like before BlizzCon one of the years, and it was really fun. And I think one of them, it was a couple, they were very sweet. One of them bought me maybe I must have paid for it myself. I don't think I would have let them buy me the food too. Maybe I did. But somehow I ended up with a cone mac and cheese with like breadcrumbs on top, and it was real good. Deca Romano, thank you very much for the 8-month resub. Happy birthday, Hazel. With the War Within new patch being announced, are you already thinking about a new Dracthyr alt for one of the classes they will get access to? Here's the thing. I am excited on behalf of people that have been waiting for that for a long time. I think it's a great idea for Blizzard to do. I think it's awesome that they're getting more classes. For me personally, I quit Evoker because I didn't want to be a lizard. I liked the class. I didn't want to play the race anymore. I mained it for two patches and that was enough. So, for other classes that I could be anything else as, I don't think I'm going to make any extra Dracthyr. I'm just I think the lizard pith dream is dead. This mount that I've been riding around does count as a spider for arachnophobe mode. If you are in arachnophobe mode, it will put it as a water skitterer thing. You can stay in Visage now. Might be one. Yeah, maybe. Did the same thing with my direct there. I liked Evoker a lot, but at a certain point, I just wanted to be a gnome again. I wanted to be a little gnome again. And like, yeah, if I could have a gnome visage and then be a priest, but at that point, just be a gnome priest. The transmog was kind of a big deterrent for me, which is funny coming from a gnome player. Yeah. I think you can do a lot of combat in Visage, but like, why? It's not that different at that point. I mean, the Visage customizations are very nice, but like, I don't know, man. I just think I have enough ults. I want to see what I can afford. Anything? We're saving up, I think, 500 marks. I'm at 118 marks, and I think I'm saving up 500 for the blue dive suit. I think that's what I want. I could, right now, if I wanted, spend 100 to get the red shark hat, which would be kind of fun to have during raid. But I think I'm gonna leave it be.
Beware the shadows.
Your preferences are things that seem so inconsistent to me. Yeah, it's weird how preferences work. They don't always make sense to the people that are separate, you know? I hate how the director transmog works, considering changing my 100 to 1. Just because I love double jumping. I wonder if it's worth open water fishing. I've got half an hour left on my derby buff, and I want to use it to get some extra marks, get a few more marks. They should give gnomes double jump to make it fair. They should just give gnomes little ladders. Moon boots. Where do you find out about the derby? There's a Wowhead guide that I can link. And the actual quest gets picked up in south of Merildar. These rides are very yummy. It's hard for me to eat on stream though. It's weird eating when you know people can see you. I normally eat with no audience. Like an absolute beast. Just like an animal. Crouching on the floor. Hunched over my coffee table. Yeah, I could see why some people turn off camera. That makes sense.
Our miners had to leave their tools behind when the Nerubians attacked. Please retrieve them.
Floor eats are comfy. I've been forcing myself to sit in different ways. Because I used to sit on the floor and eat by like pulling my knees up to my chest basically and then crouching that way. And I would often sit in that way even when I was like on the couch and stuff. And after some thorough examination and stretching and yoga practice, I have realized that my practice of living my life in the fetal position has caused some pretty severe muscle imbalances and tightnesses. So now I am making an effort to do things like sit cross-legged or sit like with the bottoms of my feet together and my knees wide to like work on my hip flexors, or sit in half lotus, or sit with my feet straight out, or just like different things that are not just shrimp to help like stretch and open up my hips more, because I need that flexibility for some of the things I'm trying to do in yoga. Look like Gollum from Lord of the Rings when I eat. I also want to eventually straighten out my posture a little more through like, you know, stretching and strengthening and stuff like that. And being mindful of how, like, doing exercises is really important, and I wasn't really getting anywhere with fixing my posture before I started exercising for it.
But being mindful of how you're sitting when you're just like hanging out is also part of it. What about a thigh master? What's a thigh master? It's not like a Theragun, right? That's a different thing. Sucker for stretching way out of my sofa to eat. One of those long attachments at the side that lets you lie down. Oh, those are the best. Not good for back. Yeah, as long as you shift around now and then. Yeah, my hip flexors, my psoas are like in particular disgrace. But they're getting better. They are getting better. Now I'm thinking about how I'm sitting. Yeah, I used to think it was just my shoulders or just like my neck, and it's a lot of things with me. It's like my shoulders, my neck, and my back, but also like pelvic tilt is a problem. I was getting a pretty gnarly ass curve, so I don't think it's necessarily the right move, but I've kind of been using yoga as physio to like balance out all of the things that were causing me problems. I probably, to be safe, should probably actually see a physio, but I don't know if it's covered, man. I don't even have a doctor. Randomly got an augment rune. Wonder if it'll go up or down in price. I bet they'll spike when the raid comes out. I bet a lot of people have been holding on to them, so they probably will. The initial spike might get deflated, but I think overall the trend will be higher. Victoria, of course you don't have a doctor. Thank you for understanding. Every now and then people are like, just go to the doctor, and I'm like, thanks. That's helpful. It's just a weird situation here. I actually have a much better time getting healthcare when it's something that's like not covered, so that I just go and I make an appointment and I just pay for it. It's awful, but it's way easier. My dentist, my eyes, my psychologist, all of that not covered in the slightest, so I just give them my debit card. It works real good. Yummy. But hey, yoga cheaper than therapy. Possibly cheaper than physio. Two birds with one stone. Kitty's just been snoozing under my desk. She's so cute. But it means I don't really want to let Moose in here because I think he would wake her with a fright. And I don't want to do that to her. You know, she's been through enough. What are you out fishing for? I was trying to fish out the rest of my Derby Dasher buff. I was trying to get like just a variety of fish to really like get a couple extra Derby marks. I don't really know which ones I have and haven't gotten, to be honest with you. I would probably be well off to go to Ajkahet and fish for a little bit, because there's going to be some more of like the Ichor pools and the Royal Ripples and stuff down there that I haven't fished from yet. I bet I can get a little bit more variety down there. I do enjoy it, that's true. I learned some new things and I've been trying to memorize them. Whenever I've like just barely been given, or just recently been given like a new sequence to add on to my yoga practice, I like will pay as much attention as I can in class and be like, okay, and they'll ask if I remember it and I'll go, yeah. And then I'll go home, pull open the reference video from YouTube, because Ashtanga's the same everywhere. And I'll find my favorite reference video for like half primary series or whatever, and I'll go up to the spot that I'm on, and then I'll make notes and I'll be like, okay, we're gonna do this one. And then we're gonna do the vinyasa, okay, and I'll make a flow chart and don't like write it down like it's homework, because that's what I have to do to learn the darn thing. Got my Queen's Lure about 4 minutes before it ended. Wow. Oh, that pressure. Happy birthday. Hope you have/had a great day. Oh, thank you.
but it's always funny when you're watching one of those videos and you see them go, so this is the full posture, and then they full human pretzel, and you're like, uh-huh. Just like that YouTube meme of like the eyes going, and then they're like, okay, and if you can't quite do that, I'm like, okay, good. Show me the baby version that does not involve my bone snapping in half, thank you. And then they do, and then, you know, it works. Eventually you get bendier. It's not really that important. The important thing is that you're breathing, which is really easier said than done. It is very hard to breathe deeply in some of these like twists, and I think it's really key to practice it, but like it's so hard. Yeah, I'll fish this one just to make it go away. Yeah, it does make me want to do the work to learn it. Honestly, it makes me want to not move because I like the place I practice so much. They cut interest rates again, and they might do it one more time. So I was kind of looking at my savings, and I was kind of looking at like the interest rates, and I was kind of like, I don't know, maybe I should look into it. And then I'm like, I don't want to go anywhere. I mean, I guess I could buy a place in town, but I should at the very least talk to the mortgage guy about it just to see what it would look like if I did do something, and to contribute again to like my RRSP and stuff for the year. But I don't want to move. I really don't want to move right now, but it might be a good idea, but I don't want to. I'm comfy. Yeah. I should go talk to them and find out. See what it would look like if we do go. See if we're talking like cardboard box. Are we talking cardboard box with like a shower? Cardboard box with a parking space? You know, like what's the deal? Oh. Are you mad at me? You're a drooling salamuncher. No, I wanted this fishing pool to myself. It's a slum shark swarm. They're really valuable. Darn you, drooling salamuncher. I hope you salamunchin' heck. Look at all these people swarming. Slum sharks swarm indeed. I mean, I do the exact same thing. I'm not judging. I'm right there with them, but soon you'll be finding your favorite coffee shops to people watch. Look, I literally have a list of coffee shops I want to try that in. I got one slum shark, and I haven't done it in any of them. I don't know what my problem is. I just never got around to it. Hate when people do that. Yeah, I lean on the edge of all's fair in fishing, but I will consider how badly I want to fish out of the pool when doing it. Especially if it's something that people need for like a derby fish on a Saturday. Like if somebody is fishing a Royal Ripple right now, I probably wouldn't try to boot them out of it because they might be trying to finish their derby quest. But like a slum shark swarm is fair game. I don't know if I really need this one. The nice thing is I'll be able to sell all these fishies, and that might make me some gold I need. Had a guy following me today for like 3 pools. That's always annoying. I hate it when that happens. I will usually fly in an opposite direction to try to get elsewhere. Had someone get huffy about sharing a pool on a not Saturday this week. Yeah. Yeah, I mean I get it, but you can't force your own rules on other people. And there's no law, you know. It's one of those things that like people will think is more or less scummy to do, but oh, look, somebody with a ghastly charger. I remember back before gathering herbing and mining nodes was like shareable. Remember when they would disappear after one person herbed them? Which was like the case for a long time. And you would have your eye on a node, or you would be like fighting the mobs that were defending the node, and you would be like, that one's mine.
And then while you're busy like fighting everything that was on top of it, some rogue just like comes along and just like just blood pressure. It was so tilting. I'm really glad that's not the specific case anymore for those things, because that used to just I got a derby mark for a specular rainbow fish. That used to get me. Played in a PvP server for years when it was like that too. Finished the derby achievement and the mount with about 30 minutes to spare. Congratulations! It was always a druid for me. That's a rogue who might have done that. I feel attacked. That was the worst. It's like the gathering version of people in Classic stealing chests. In Hardcore Classic especially. I'm sure it was also a problem in regular Classic, but I remember leveling in Hardcore Classic, and you and like a friend would be like very carefully and systematically cleaning out a pack of gnolls or whatever in wetlands because there was a treasure chest that you guys wanted to split. And then while you're pulling them, somebody else comes that's not engaged at all and just like snipes it. We used to note down the names of people that did that. Not so we could like campaign or anything, but just so that if we saw it pop up in Deathlog, we could go, good. I used to remember the names. I don't remember any of them anymore, but I used to note down the names of everybody that would like treasure snipe from me in Hardcore, so I could keep an eye out for their name in Deathlog, just to get that little bit of, yeah, that's karma. Is it against TOS to buy from one realm's auction house and sell in another through warband transfer? No. That is a valid strat that a lot of people do. That's not against TOS at all. That's just good marketing. Be aware when you're doing it of what kind of things are region-wide versus not. It would be a bummer to try to move something that's like an herb when obviously it's like linked through all the things, but for things like gear, recipes, enchants and stuff, like, no, that's valid. Someone would flag for PvP stand in an ore in the hope he'd accidentally click on them. Oh man. Still miss Hardcore, but I'm enjoying retail so much. Rescues have been what I'm making bank off of. 3 mil last night. Nice. Have you looked into the Gummy Steel Series pets mounts? I think I've decided, at least, I don't think I'm gonna mess with any of it. I think I'm just gonna leave it all alone. It's like Blizzard's doing a sponsorship deal. It's like when a YouTuber, you know, partners up with a company to sell something, and they're like, hey, you can get a thing if you do the thing. It's just like the Blizzard version of them doing that. In my mind, I'm kind of classifying those rewards as being like not real, even though obviously they are real, but like I'm not in a hurry to go spend that kind of money, or like I'm not in the States. So if I was in the States, I would probably just pick up a pack of gummy worms and do the receipt thing. But I'm not even sure how easy it would be for me to eligibly get the gummy worm thing. So even if it's cheap, if it's annoying, I don't know. I don't think I want to worry about it. And the Steel Series ones are so expensive. They're so expensive. It just seems weird to put mounts and pets in that kind of thing. Like, I mean, marketing's marketing and do whatever you want, I guess. But, like, I don't know. I would not buy a peripheral unless I was already in the market for one and was specifically looking at that one. It seems like they're just expensive because they're WoW branded. I think it's kind of gross. Yeah, I'm not a huge fan, but, like, you know, it's business. They're allowed to sell it. I'm allowed to not buy it. Flameo pets with a $160 mouse. And there's something else that's for like a $200 headset. Because not, like, some of the things that the pet was like brand new and unique, but not all of the stuff was. I think it's not out of the realm of possibility that some of those things eventually crop up as like Twitch drops or something, or trading post. So I think I'm just gonna not get any of it, and then if it comes back again later, that's great, and if it doesn't, then that's fine too. Yeah, it's so much. It's crazy. That's insane, you know?
I'm not going to tell anybody not to buy it if they have the money and they want to, and that's going to make them happy. Obviously, do whatever you want. But I would be sick if anybody felt like they had to. Like, it's just so gross. It's so much money. You know, I'll pay like $10, maybe even $20 for a battle pet on the shop directly. $20 is a lot. 15. Canadian. 200? Find a place where you can return it. Yeah, at that point, we're doing way too much work for digital goods. I'm not... I don't return things that I buy when I actually need to return them unless they're worth more than like $1,000. Because returning stuff's just a pain in the butt, and for some reason I have like an anxious block about it. Like, I'm not messing around. I'm not going to a Best Buy to try and shake him down so I can get a WoW pet. Never returned anything, just take the L. I have returned things when it was like real spendy. Like, there have been cases in my life where I have bought camera lenses that were like $1,000 or more, and I thought I had the right one, but then when I tried it, it was like not the right depth of field or what have you. Like, it wasn't the thing that I wanted, and it wasn't going to work for the purpose that I had. And I returned it because I'm not taking $1,000 hit just to have a lens that I'm never going to use. Like, in that case, I was actually like, all right, let me find out where the FedEx is. Because, like, it's annoying to return things, especially back then. I don't even know if I drove at the time or, like, had access to a car. But, yeah, if I buy, like, I don't know. What's an example of something that I should have returned but didn't? Clothes sometimes? A couple of years ago, I bought like a pair of cargo sweatpants, which was a mistake altogether. But like, they were also in the wrong size. And I convinced myself that I was gonna wear them even though they were way too big. So I like kept them around for a couple of years even though I should have just returned them. And then eventually I was like, I'm not actually gonna wear these. They're too big, and I donated them. Nora Claire, thank you very much for giving out for the brand new sub, actually. Thank you so much. Got the hammerfish with 2 minutes to spare. Nice. I have not done the Earthcrawl mines. How are my derby marks doing? We have 11 minutes. We have 13 minutes left on our buff. I have 122 derby marks. I feel like I've gotten a decent amount of different fish. Seems good. I don't know if there's any other pools that I really need to be hunting from. Aw, thanks, Honey Bun, for the 39-month resub. Happy birthday. Hope you have a wonderful, wonderful day tomorrow. Thank you. The new expansion is very good. I like it a lot. I don't think Nazoth is back. Or if he is, he didn't tell me. But I'm having a lot of fun playing. Do I need any of these things? There's glowflies and a scoodlefish. Do I need the scoodlefish? I think I need the scoodlefish. Come on, Mr. Scoodlefish. Mr. Illuminati, thank you very much for the bits. I will always remember your birthday. 8 days before mine. Happy early birthday. Slightly tipsy, maybe drunk. I'm doing well. I hope you're having a lovely time. Sounds like you're off to a good start. We are catching... Yeah, we'll catch the... Maybe we should catch the Voidling Ooze. I don't know how rare the Scoodlefish is. The Scoodlefish has a cute name. Listening to so many lore podcasts where within to rekindle that interest of mine. Nice. That's always satisfying. Free bottle of whiskey. Can't get better than that. Yeah, we're gonna catch this one. Favorite pet? In game, I'm assuming. Because they can hear me. I like my green wing macaw. It's the parrot from Dead Mines, and it was the first pet that I ever got. It introduced me to the whole concept. Plus, they never updated the model over the years for that specific one. They came out with a newer parrot pet model, but they didn't force an update onto the green-winged macaw, and I appreciate that. It's just the same as it's always been. It's a classic. I love the birds. I remember when I was really impressed whenever I would see like a hyacinth macaw, the rare one from Stranglethorn. I used to, especially before I got my own, I used to like revere those. I would see one in the wild and I'd be like, oh, wow. Brightwing is one of my favorites. Brightwing's real cute. Una, because I love the quest to get her. Oh, the sound changed, and for a moment I thought my headphones died. That can't be true. These have a real battery in them. But I don't think we're gonna stick around for too much longer today, because I want to leave lots of time to get everything done and get all prepared for my little trip. I'm so excited. I might post a little bit on my Instagram story while I'm gone if you're curious, but otherwise I will be back on Friday. I'll be back to stream again on Friday. And I'll tell you guys all about it if I remember by then, because I'm taking a little vacation, a little time off. So yeah, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 days in a row where I am not going to stream. And then I'll be back here and we'll do 3 days before I do another weekend. But fear not, the first 7 raid guides will be out. They'll be available. You're going to get so much. I hope so. I kept it a little shorter. Not that short, you know, it's still like almost a week, but I don't know if I'm going to want to take more time off around Christmas time. I might, but for now, that should be a nice little reset. Oh, I want to do this. I want to do the sky race. It's going to give me some rep. Vacay sounds fun. I'm like so excited for it that I'm almost worried that I'm going to worry too much about whether or not I'm making the most of it and then like stress myself out and then not to make the most of it. I have a little list of a few different things that I want to do, but mainly I just want to relax, and it's hard to have relaxing on your to-do list. You know, you can't take it too seriously or else you kind of defeat the whole purpose. Nanny, thank you very much for the gift subs. Happy early birthday. Thank you. Whoa, 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 whoa. Who's driving this thing? That was me last week. Hope you have a great birthday vacation. It's gonna be real cool. I can't wait to tell you guys about it when I get back. Whoa, 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 whoa. Had a week off work. Did just that. Glad it's not me. What day is it? Today is Saturday. After today's stream, which I'm ending very shortly, I am going on vacation for a few days. I will be back on Friday, September the later. Hang on. I'll check the calendar. Upcoming Friday, I will be my return stream after my vacation. Oh, my birthday tomorrow. But today's the last stream before my birthday, so that's why I'm celebrating today. But I turn 32 years old tomorrow. Oh yeah, the 13th. That's right, because it was spooky. I'm back on Friday the 13th. Whoa!
Nicely done.
There we go.
You and your Drake are
Okay.
exceptional.
All right, we need to park this thing. Friday the 13th, yeah, something like that. Oh, Azeroth, I'm so sorry. I don't know why that didn't get posted by Streamlabs, but thank you for the birthday wishes. Happy birthday to my fellow September birthday babies? Birthday babies? Sounds like a weird thing to say. Happy birthday to my fellow September birthdays. Thank you so much for joining me today for this stream and all week. A huge appreciation for all the support on the raid guides. They will all be out, except for the last boss, before the raid comes out on the 10th. And I really appreciate all the support that you guys give from watching them, sharing them with like your guilds, with your discords. It means a lot to me. I'm really happy with those, and it makes me real happy whenever people use them to progress through the raid. So thank you guys so much. Have a wonderful start to season 1 and a wonderful, wonderful day. Bye.